Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Yeah, we're good. Okay. Alright, let's fix the stream title. Alright. Yeah. How are you all doing? We're just gonna do a chill stream. Do you like my new office, by the way? Do you do you like my new office? I felt fitting. Sadly enough, felt important too. So yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of proud of it, so wanted to flaunt it a bit, you know. It's sad, but I'm proud. I'm very proud. So yeah, I thought we were gonna maybe watch some streams, maybe read some news. We'll get right into that in a few moments. Let's see. I need to, you know, get my stream elements fixed. Yeah, apparently there's been a Hamas video. They released a video of the hostages of the hostages. Oh my god, I had a stroke right now. Video of the some of the hostages speaking, and they're alive, which is amazing. I mean, I'm so happy that they're alive, at least. And it's really hard. It's really hard. So I haven't watched. Yeah, okay. So we'll we'll watch it on Twitter in a second. For fuck's sake, let me start waiting not to watch it on X. I guess not, but yeah, give me a second. We'll watch it. I want to crop it so we'll only see the video, so give me a second. Man, OBS needs to get its shit together, because this is this isn't good. All right, so yeah. So someone, a page called Hamas Atrocities, posted the parts without propaganda, because obviously when the hostages speak, they Hamas makes them say a lot of shit, a lot of stuff that they don't want to say. I just want to, So we're talking about Noah Argamani, which we can see here, and Yossi Sharabi. I don't know, it says Yoshi, I'm pretty sure it's Yossi, and איתי סבירסקי.
אני נועה ארגמני, בת 26 מבאר שבע.
שמי יוסי שרעבי, אני בן 53.
אני איתי סבירסקי, בן 38 מתל אביב.
אני נועה...
Basically, they just say their names and their age.
אני נועה
Noah
ארגמני, בת
Argamani,
26 מבאר שבע.
26 years old from Be'er Sheva, so on and so forth. So that's all they say. That's the parts that I want to see. It's not important to me to watch all the other stuff. Them, speaking about, I don't know, saying the shit Hamas wants them to say. Not interested in that. I'm only interested in the fact that they're alive. It's the most important thing. And to bring them back home right now. Yesterday. What else? To be honest with you, I don't read that much news. It just makes me depressed most of the time, but I think when we do it together on stream, it's a bit more, positive. We bring information to each other, and that's good. So I can tell you some stuff from the Israeli news. There's there's also like constant information coming out from the war. Bangladesh is supporting South Africa in their attempt at suing Israel at the international The Hague. Not surprising. You have the Turkish how would you say it? Turkey basically is investigating Sagiv Yechezkel, an Israeli. They think he supports some kind of massacre in Gaza or whatever. He's like an Israeli soccer player. After he showed like a writing on his hand supporting, not supporting, but just mentioning the 100 days that are that have passed since Hamas attacked Israel on October 7th. And he got kicked out of his team, which is insane to me. Biden says that we're working non-stop to bring the hostages back. I don't know what that means, really. I don't know, I just need some sanity. It's just, you know, it's just really fucked up, this entire thing. You know what, let's not working for some reason. That's fucking weird. Let's try this. Oop. Nope, nope, nope. Oh. Okay, that's weird. Now it's working. What the fuck? What the fuck? I'm not sure what's going on. So yeah, basically we have the mothers of the young women kidnapped in Gaza. Not sure where to put it. It's pretty fucked up, you know. The young women held by Hamas. It's pretty fucked up. It's pretty fucked up. You don't know what they're doing to them. You don't know what kind of treatment they're getting. Not a good treatment. Mothers of Ayelet. I'm sorry, Ayelet, mother of Naama Levi, Shira, mother of Liri, Elvarg, and Simona, mother of Doron Steinbacher. I'll just translate it. You never imagined in their darkest dreams that they will see 100 days of their daughters in captivity. Talking with N12 News, they talked about their fears, their pain, and their guilt, and the dream to see their daughters again at home. The biggest fear is that they are R-worded. They must come back quick for an abortion if needed. That's one of their fears, you know. We don't know that it happened, but if it happened, they need to come back, obviously, for an abortion because they don't want them to give birth. I guess we can watch it. It's gonna be hard. It's a tough watch. whenever it's parents talking about their children in Gaza, it's heartbreaking. So I'm Ayelet, mother of Naama Levi, 19 years old, kidnapped on October 7th. Naama is she's an athlete, basically. Peace lover. I miss her so much. Miss her so much. And I'm waiting for her to come back. Simona Steinbacher, mother of Doron. Doron loves kids and animals. She's a veterinarian nurse. Doron, my beloved, you have to come home. You have to be here with us. I'm Shira, mother of Liri Elbag, only 18 years old, kidnapped on October 7th, already 100 days not here. My Liri, a girl of happiness and love. Liri, just wait a little more and you'll be home, I promise. You see, I told you, it's fucking, this is the hardest shit for me to watch. I can't, it's breaking me. It's breaking my heart to see it. They closed the freaking, it's just, okay, let me compose myself. It's, how do you say מציינים? It has been 100 days since your girls have been taken hostage by Hamas. I guess you haven't never imagined it in your darkest dreams that you will get to this day. Nope, never. It's a nightmare that we thought that will be over a long time ago. That it will be over. It's really a little hard mentioning time, because every day is the same every day is the same day, because we always feel like we're on October 7th and it's already like 100 days. You can't pass. You can't understand it. It doesn't compute that it's been 100 days, basically, is what she's saying. The time that they've been spending there. Women came back, children came back, and our girls are still there. 100 days that we don't have a life, but we're still living within our families, in our home, in our communities, and that they're there, and we don't know. Sorry. We don't have a life. I'm sorry, I'm trying to translate as much as I can. In our communities, and they are there, and we don't know where they are over there. Maybe they think that they've been forgotten. What do you know about them? What have you heard from hostages that came back? We know that Liri was with a couple for a time, and we know that after that they've been separated, and we know that she's been staying there with some of those that haven't been released, that they had a lot of hope. We know that what she's saying is that we basically know what has been going on with her for the first 4 days. And ever since, she's probably been alone ever since. And yes, the hostages that came back said that they saw her. Naama is wounded in her legs from shrapnels, burns, but she walks and she talks. And this is from around 50 days ago, this information. We have hostages that came back from Kfar Aza. The first question is, have you seen Doron? Sadly, none of them have seen Doron. And our fear is that if they haven't seen her, is that she's alone in this entire situation. She's alone in this entire situation. It's the most horrible thing. That we know nothing about her. I know about Leary from the ones who came back. They've been going through hard stuff. And the first question was whether Leary had been going through something. And she said, and her mother said she doesn't want to know. She didn't want to know the answer. Because how will I cope with the answer if they tell me about something that she went through? What will I do? There was the... I feel like... You know what? I feel like me translating every word is... Let me move myself. I feel like me... Translating as every word they say is a pointless thing. Is you need to see them, you need to hear them. These are the mothers. I'll tell you generally what they're saying. I will stop translating every word. Okay, give me a second.
אנחנו הופתענו באותה מידה לראות את הסרטון. ראיתי את הבעתה בעיניים שלה.
Yeah, they're talking about the pictures. I guess I saw pictures, but they maybe saw videos of their girls. You know, the three girls that we saw were treated very harshly. Obviously, were beaten, not they wounded.
לא רק החטיפה עצמה, הם ראו שם זוועות, והם ילדות. זה היה סרטון כשמבחינתי...
Yeah, they're very young. That's the thing. They're not just young women. They're basically girls. They're barely above 18 years old. Like, so one I think is 18. No, it's insane.
הרגישה וחוותה, ומה היא עדיין ממשיכה לחוות.
Because you don't know what they're going through over there.
והסרטון של נעמה גם הפך להיות לאיזה סמל של...
Yeah, נעמה. Na'ama, if I remember correctly. Na'ama Levi. Just so you have context, is that girl, which is almost obvious that she's been sexually assaulted. I say it, I'm not sure what I'm allowed to say on Twitch, so pretty sure you can tell. She became a symbol, obviously, for what Hamas has done to girls. During the 7th, she's still alive, but we know that a lot of girls have been going through this kind of shit, and they've been murdered afterwards, but we know it's happened.
אזוקה, פצועה, מדממת. כאילו, אני לא יכולה לצפות בסרטון הזה ממש, אין לי ברירה, אני רואה אותו. יש לי איזה סרטון אחר, למשל, שהמחשבה שלי הולכת אליו, כשמדברים על סרטון של נעמה. צילמתי אותה לא הרבה לפני האירוע הזה, שהיא פשוט הולכת יד ביד עם בן דוד בן 2. אתה הולך עם נעמה?
Go ahead. It's so insane to see them, like, in their regular lives, like we know them as a symbol of this atrocity that's been committed by Hamas in Israel, but like just seeing videos of them like before, it's just absolutely insane.
זה הסרטון של נעמה. זאת נעמה.
והיום כשרואים הסרטון של נעמה, אנשים, יש להם מחשבות
She's talking about how she can't really watch the video of Nama in Gaza.
הם חייבים לחזור, הם פשוט חייבים.
But she had to. I mean, she watched it.
אחת הבנות חזרה אחרי שהיא הלכה לשירותים רגע, לעשות פיפי, ואני ראיתי על הפרצוף שלה שהיא נסערת, אז קמתי וחיבקתי אותה. ואני רואה שהיא נסגרת ושקטה.
Okay, I want to tell you what she's been saying, this woman. Oh, no, this player is...
אין ברירה.
נעמה.
אחרי שהיא הלכה...
What she's been saying, this woman. From the... How do you translate Shtula? Give me a second, we'll translate it. I just want you to understand me. Okay, from the lobby for the hostages, she said like one of the girls who came back, she went to the bathroom after she came back home, right? She went to the bathroom to pee, and when she came back out, this mother, she saw that her girl was upset, was visibly upset. And she saw on her face that she was upset, and she got up and hugged her. Obviously she was traumatized. Like, I don't know how much they're over there, like in Gaza, how much the hostages, especially the girls, the young girls, how much they were allowed to just go and pee, and how much, if they even have any privacy, and how they're treated. This is like the scariest things.
פרצוף שלה שהיא נסערת, אז קמתי וחיבקתי אותה. ואני רואה שהיא נסגרת.
We're talking about girls who came back and are traumatized, and she's talking about how her girl just shut off and kind of closed into herself. Closed off into herself. Got quiet. And that she's not herself, obviously. So we're not talking about just them being held, waiting. A lot of people talking about the hostages, especially like after Mia Shem came back, they were and the anti-Semites and the just outright, some of them just outright Nazis started mocking her for her, I don't know, facial work that she had done in Israel before. And like they just, some of these people actually think like that the hostages, they want to believe, they don't really think that there's no chance that they really believe what they're saying, but they want to make themselves believe that these hostages just sit there waiting, you know, and everything is okay for them there, you know, they're being treated fairly, nothing is going on, but obviously all of the hostages that came back are traumatized. Like they're not themselves, they're not the same people. Like each time the parents or any of the, I don't know, social whatevers talk about the hostages who came back, I guess like only the parents can talk, like the social workers and stuff, they can't. But the parents obviously here, every time they talk about it, about their kids, it's them just being afraid all of the time. I think that's the most common thing that they all talk about their kids that came back. They're just scared, especially the younger ones, especially the little kids. They're just afraid to go pee. They're afraid to sleep. One girl I remember, like they talked about how she sleeps on the floor. You know, this isn't the behavior of someone who got treated fairly in captivity. So, like, if you want, you can say that this is just how it is, that we should just suck it up because we're, I don't know, Zionist monsters and colonizers and we deserve this treatment. You can just go out and say it and we'll, you know, because I know that's what you think. So just say it. But don't pretend that you don't pretend that you don't know what they're going through there, okay? This is, be honest about what kind of a fucked up person you are when it comes to Israelis and Jews.
תסלחו לי, אבל הבן זונה הזה נגע בה. והוא לא
She's saying, excuse me, forgive me for saying this, but that motherfucker touched her.
נתן לי אפילו לחבק אותה אחרי שזה קרה.
Oh!
שהיא סיפרה לי...
She's talking about, she was in the... I'm sorry, because I know so many people have been held hostage. I don't remember all of the names, like, by heart. So I guess she was a hostage with her daughter, and they came back. And in captivity, her daughter went to pee. And one of the Hamas terrorists, from what I understand from what she's saying, followed her. He SA'd there. He SA'd her daughter. And he didn't, and she's talking about her coming out of the bathroom and seeing that she's upset and, standing up, trying to hug her, and what she's saying, the Ben Zona לא נתן לי לחבק אותה, the motherfucker didn't even let me hug her after it happened, and then her daughter told her.
ושהיא סיפרה לי, אמרתי לה, אני מצטערת, אבל קשה לי לשמוע את זה.
I'm not sure if she's saying that her daughter told her after they came back, or if only she came back and it happened in captivity. It's a fucked up situation, you see, like, I don't even know, regardless of when and how, like, it's just so fucked up. I'm sorry.
מול העיניים, זה לא רק המחשבות שלנו. תראו, מישהי שהייתה שם סיפרה שזה בדיוק מה שקורה. זה לא דמיונות של אמהות שחוששות לבנות שלהם. זה לא, זה בדיוק...
Yeah, she's talking about how it's not just the imagination of mothers worrying about their children, about their girls. It's things that happened. And that's the thing, she's right. That's the thing. A lot of the girls it happened to aren't alive anymore, but it's sadly it's safe to assume it's happening there.
ותתייחסו לזה.
היא רק יצאה לשירותים. אז תבינו מה קורה, כאילו, ב-24 שעות שהן שם, כפול 100 ימים.
אני הרבה פעמים ככה מנסה לחשוב איך נעמה מתמודדת? האם היא באמת בכוננות ספיגה כל הזמן?
זה להיות כל הזמן
They're trying to visualize and imagine how their daughters are coping, handling with the situation, if they're always like, always like getting ready to be assaulted, basically. And we're talking about 24/7, 100 days. They've been there 100 days, guys. Young girls, young women and girls held by Hamas terrorists. We're talking unhinged, insane people who see them as less than human. We know that from the treatment that Mia Shem got. She was quote-unquote treated by a veterinarian. And then our Israeli doctors had to fix whatever the fuck they did there.
משהו, תרשי לי, אני כבר גמרתי להיות עדינה, ואני חושבת שצריך לשים את כל האמת בפנים. החשש הגדול שלנו, שהבנות שלנו כל רגע וכל יום וכל שנייה ננסות.
Basically, she's saying that obviously their fear is that their daughters every day they are getting SA'd and R-worded every day there. That's their fears. That's their fear. It's a very well-grounded fear, sadly.
וצריך להחזיר אותם כמה שיותר מהר, כי במידת הצורך ניתן יהיה להחזיר אותם ושיעשו את ההפלה.
Imagine the situation, having to worry about your daughter getting pregnant over there and wanting to bring her back so she can get an abortion. This is so fucked up, man.
אין זמן. קשה לנו לדבר על זה. זה קשה להוציא את המילים האלה מהפה, כי כשאנחנו מוציאים את זה, זה רץ בראש, הדמיונות, כאילו, ואנחנו כולנו כדי לשמור גם על עצמנו, אנחנו נמנעים מלדמיין את זה כל הזמן. אומרים לנו כל הזמן, עם אנשים שאנחנו נפגשים, עכשיו הם ישמרו עליהם. המטרה שלהם עכשיו לשמור עליהם, כי הם חשובות.
Basically, they're being told that Hamas's goal right now is to, you know, take care of them and maintain them in good condition, basically, because they are important as a basically as a trade currency for Hamas right now, for a deal. So that's what they're saying, that they're being told right now, to not worry because Hamas will not do anything to them because they're too important, which obviously they're still, I don't know, people say this, like, no one is, I think, that naive to believe it.
אבל אנחנו לא באמת יודעים, ומה יכול להרגיע אותנו בסיטואציה? כן, איזה אימא או אבא היו רגועים מאחרי השביעי באוקטובר?
ואיך מנסים להרגיע אותך? מה מנסים?
I'm sorry, I can't watch it till the end. But you see what I mean? Like, it's... It's just insane, guys. It's just... Don't even know how to address it. It's fucking insane. Like, imagine your kid, like, if you're not Israeli and not even, like, let's say you're not Jewish or anything, you're just hearing about that shit happening. Like, imagine your kid being held hostage in a foreign, hostile place where the people holding them hostage are viewing them as less than human. Basically as, quote-unquote, human beings who you can do anything to. Maybe except kill them. To be honest, like, the kid, they hold them hostages, but I don't think they care that much if they live or die. I don't think they even believe that. That's how I feel sometimes. I don't think it's actually necessarily correct, but I don't think Hamas cares that much about a deal or whatever. Because they don't care about lives in general, so why would they care that much about the number of terrorists we give them? Because, you know, like, these terrorists, they're gonna go back to Gaza, and the IDF is in Gaza. They're just gonna die. They're gonna get killed. And Hamas doesn't probably wanna lose. It's a klaf hamikuach, as we say in Hebrew. Which, the direct translation is like an argument card. I'm sorry, because I don't remember how to say it in English. Klaf hamikuach. That's what our hostages are. And the real scary thing is that we don't know if they're still that for Hamas. Bargaining chip. Negotiation item, that's what I meant. So our hopes in, you know, wanting to bring them back is that Hamas will see them as a bargaining chip. You know, that we can bargain and make a deal for them to come back home. And their real fear is that Hamas maybe doesn't even see them as that now. That's our real big fear. Because if they don't see them as a bargaining chip anymore, then anything could happen to them. They could be alive, they could be dead. If Hamas doesn't care, anything could happen. We don't know. And we've been waiting for the chance of of a deal. We've been waiting and waiting and waiting, and nothing. We're just waiting.
ו-136 חטופים עדיין מוחזקים בעזה. ירון אברהם, אתה מספר לנו על מחלוקת בצמרת המדינית בשאלה.
Let's see if there's still live news right now. Probably there is. There should be like a... Or not. Sorry guys, just... Let's see if maybe I can... If I can find like an English version of N12 News. Probably not. Probably not. Oh, Channel 12 News. English edition. Still Hebrew. What should I do? Like, I don't even know. See if something goes on Vosh versus Hassan on the Houthis. The Houthim.
Is it impossible for it to...
It's been 5 hours, so now we missed it. See if there's maybe news live from Israel. Usually the only live I see is channel 14, which is like the worst channel to see news from. It's basically the Israeli Al Jazeera, okay? Never watch channel 14 news. Never believe anything you hear from channel 14 news in Israel, okay? Never. I don't know. It's just a fucked up situation, you know? I've been watching some anime, which is nice. Been you know, catching up on To Your Eternity, which I need to finish, which is good. Been wanting to do some covers, so I made like a document of covers that I want to do when I get my voice back. Quinaroni, yup. Peace for all. Peace to you, my friend. Amen. That's all I want, man. I want to go back to my normal life. Do the normal shit I've been doing before that. I want to go back to like making art, singing. I'm still voice acting, but like everything that I do for fun had just been like demolished after the 7th. Like I can't do anything normally. Right now I'm planning to do some covers and dedicate those covers to like singing covers and dedicate them to, you know, the current situation. But yeah, that's gonna happen after I get my voice back, after I can go back to practicing these songs, because every time I try to, it's like I just start coughing, and you can't do that. That's how you ruin your voice. So I try not to be too harsh on my voice. I have some anime covers that I want to do maybe later, but some Prince of Egypt covers, you know, even though it's not Passover, they've become really relevant, some of them. There's one opening from an anime called Fantastic Children. And the opening song is called Voyage by Inori. And a friend of mine made like an amazing translation. She translated basically like the TV version opening, like the short version. And I kind of took the initiative lately and translated the entire thing, like the full song. So, and also kind of edited some of the stuff that she translated because it wasn't exactly accurate. So I'm really excited about it. Like I learned the guitar chords for it and everything, so I wanna do the entire thing, like the cover. Maybe do even like either an acoustic version, or maybe like do a kind of like a rock ballad rendition of it, because I really love that song. Really, really love it. So yeah, there's that. And you know, just doing regular sane shit. That's all I want to do. I think that's enough for Gaza war news. I'll keep the hashtag bring them home now, because yes. I just want to chill. I don't know, maybe tell me what have you guys been doing? It's also interesting to me. You know what, let's watch some Loner Box. So it'll be still kind of relevant to the whole thing. Watching Loner Box. Yep. Yep. Give me a second, we'll bring it up. E.
Oh. Let's see what these guys are saying. This is a different group. Who are they? Who are these guys? But this one here, this one links to and I don't think you can go with it. This is the only like one that has like a pretty strong claim in it with numbers and everything. But I can't really. This is like this outlet. Asharq al-Assad
Houthis restore what?
is literally from like
Slavery.
owned by the Saudi Research and Media Group, and Saudi is at war with the Houthis. So I don't really know if I would go by that.
Is he talking about
No,
them being slavers thing?
I would need a bit more.
I don't
need
know.
something
I
a
haven't
bit
researched
stronger.
the
I don't think I would die on that
slavery
hill.
thing.
If I want, and it's not like there's any shortage of other fucking issues with the Houthis. But what's
Is he
what
like
are these guys?
researching
Who are
it?
these
Is
guys
like,
first before I
is
even
it
see if they're
debated?
worth
Is it a
bothering?
debated topic?
Muatana. Because I mean, people actually. What's interesting is people who support the Houthis and who are very this like Middle East Eye is a very pro-Palestinian outlet, like very very anti-Israel. So, but I guess it doesn't matter because the people who brought the claim to them. Who are these guys? Non-government. They're just an NGO in Yemen. Okay. Slavery.
I see.
Is
So
there
basically,
anything of
they're
them talking about it, or is it just
Muatana.
Okay.
I don't know anything about these
Okay.
organizations or whatever. Sounds like shit that Loner Box would know about actually.
Okay. Is this in Yemen? This is
Houthis and sexual violence. I don't know. Not sure about it. Not sure about it. It's not something that I'm, for fuck's sake. There we go. I don't know. Could just watch some random shit. I've been I don't know. I've been a big fan of Glenn Fricker, so yeah, sure, why not? And Google Chrome is like so sluggish for me. I don't know what the fuck is going on with it. It's been acting up like so long. I have no idea why. Okay, look how much time it takes for it to drag. Look, it's just like it's not responding. Non-responsive shit. I don't know. I'll try to fix it. But it's happening like no matter how many times I restart Google Chrome, it's like it does that again and again. No matter how many cookies I delete, no matter how much space I have in my PC, and I have a bunch of space, still acts up. I have no idea why. Let's see what's going on X. Let's see what's going on with Stardust. Our friend Stardust.
I don't know. Like, if he, He was diagnosed with tumors in his leg right after Christmas.
Huh?
It's Sunday. Everyone's got low tier grandma
There
energy.
we go.
Oh, that's so boring though. I think if she itemized the receipt and returned all the money not spent, then not the asshole. Yeah. Yeah, if that were the case, but it doesn't seem like she did that. It seems like she kind of just made more work for them. I don't know.
Just watching
Okay,
drama, I guess. Whatever, we can do that.
Maybe we'll do Collins a bit later then. Since
I
it's
don't
all
like.
hour.
I don't do drama, so I only consume it from
Feeling a
people
low
like
energy
Stardust and
today.
food shops, I guess,
Guys,
and
get
Destiny
hyped up,
sometimes.
okay? Also, if you like the content, please consider subscribing, super chatting, or becoming a member.
Hey.
I greatly appreciate it. Geopolitics is better than relationship issues, TBH. I know people like my coverage of geopolitics. I don't want to cover geopolitics all the time, though.
Does she do it all the time? I feel
I
like she
tend to
usually
branch out.
she
I like
usually does
covering
drama, but I don't know.
And weird shit, like the anime guy.
The anime guy.
Okay, let's take a look at this. Incel to trans pipeline and inside Mari. Let's take a look.
The male gender is broken.
The male gender
Let's
is
face it,
broken.
If you present as male, there's exactly
Star, do you play Animal Crossing? No, I don't.
one personality that will earn you social approval. Chad. Assertive, dominant, successful. Nobody will be impressed
Sure.
by a male that is meek, submissive, and
Now
struggling.
I'll play
Such
something
males are
while
not
watching.
considered gender trailblazers. They're just derided as incel neats. Nobody is offering an action.
Yeah, legit, I agree with you, Rapstick. Rapstick says, drama is fun, politics all the time is too heavy. I agree with that. When I was covering the Israel-Palestine stuff, I had seen so many images and videos of, like, dead bodies.
Yeah, it's fucked up.
In that first, like, 2 weeks, even that first month, honestly. It was, like, actually affecting my psyche. Like,
As it does, as it will do.
like, yeah, it's just
This should
terrible.
just eats up.
So many dead bodies. So you know, I don't want to cover geopolitics all the time. It's just too much. I shared you a video, Stardust. Okay, I'll take a look in a bit.
Actual solution to this. Tradcons tell you to just man up. TERFs tell you to just abolish gender. Liberals deny this reality altogether. By embracing girl mode, you actually become free to be your authentic self without shame. Society at large requires men to keep grinding and struggling to keep the lights on. So obviously no serious and respectable person will encourage you to just drop down the pink vortex. But it's possibly the only thing that will actually help you if you're stuck being a shitty male with no prospects. This is an excerpt from a guide written for incels that want to transition into womanhood I found about a year ago, and I can't stop thinking about it. So this document is a
There we
pretty
go.
functional resource guide for starting your transition attached to a cynical
All right, we
manifesto
put-
about
Wow,
how
what the
transition is a
fuck?
gateway out of the pain of being an incel. It's bizarre enough seeing a transgender self-help
We'll
walkthrough
put
through
Stardust
this
here.
incel ideology, but the part I'm obsessed with is this tonally insane section where the author talks about their own transition. Each sentence starts with the same level of nihilism, anger, and despair you would expect from an incel writer, which then bloom into sweet,
I can't imagine a TERF being an actual gender abolitionist. No, they're usually not.
adorable depictions of joy in a way that's invented a new
They're
form
usually
of
sex
comedy for me.
essentialists, I think.
During this time, my emotions were becoming far more intense. I would cry at stupid and random stuff, but crying does not feel bad. It feels good and releases emotions. I would care about stuff that didn't even matter. It was almost like hormones were dumbing me down enough to where I could enjoy life. I was starting to get a feeling, almost like being continually a little bit high. It was euphoric, to say the least. My first experience with a guy was a non-Chad friend who knew I had started transitioning and thinks I'm actually trans. We didn't have sex or even oral, but we kissed a few times and cuddled for a few hours. It was
We kissed.
magical. The cuddles were even better than endless orgasms.
Oh my god, the cuddles.
God, maybe you're just trans, you dumb bitch. Going from before transition to right now is like going from black and white reality and low definition to 4K Ultra HD with perfect sound. Even more than that, it's like life is more colorful now and
What the fuck am I listening to?
The sky even looks brighter. Stars shine more intensely to me. It's like hormones grew a lens of happiness in my brain that now I perceive reality through, and it's so much more positive.
This
of
is
an
wild.
experience. Okay, that's actually.
We're talking about
I
like
actually so I
males
have heard of this. There is like a YouTube
who haven't
content
been
creator.
crying at all, and they
I don't
then
know
they
their
start to
name,
cry, and they
but they're
realize
like an ex-incel
that
that
it's
became
healthy.
like a woman or whatever. It's pretty wild.
What?
This is like an actual thing, but this is like the only video I've seen on it.
Pretty beautiful, and it's literally how every trans girl describes the experience. Please just put down your edgy villain Komida hand speeches and admit that you built a better life for yourself. It doesn't have to be this constantly shifting math equation of whose mandibles are wide enough to have happiness. You can just pursue what makes your stars
Whose
shine
mandibles
more
are wide enough?
intensely. If you spend any time on 4chan's LGBT board, you'll see a lot of talk about the incel to trans girl pipeline. And a lot of the time, they aren't joking. There's earnest discussion in these spaces about the ways in which self-described incel
We're doing it at 1.25 speed, sorry.
and needs begin
An
thinking about
earnest
making step
discussion.
forwards
I
when
doubt
starting
it.
on their transitions into
I don't know.
womanhood. There's actually
Casting
two
doubt on
articles
that.
in the Incel wiki. One is titled tranny maxing. If you're familiar with incel
Oh
terminology,
my
you've
god,
probably
dude.
already heard of
You know
looks
what,
maxing.
actually, I think I have heard of this.
A set of strategies used to compensate for what they perceive as inborn ugliness. And this is basically that, but undergoing transition not to align oneself with an innate sense of gender, but to alleviate the distress of living as an incel. The other article is titled The Transvestigiality Hypothesis, detailing this ludicrous idea that living as an incel caught within a web of
Sorry, guys.
actual gender-based challenges can essentially
Actually, not interested in this at all. So, hang on as I try to find something more interesting. No offense, Stardust, but this is not my thing. Let's see what's been going on with our friend Food Shops.
I originally wanted to come in here
Yeah.
and tell you that I don't think streaming is good for you, and I don't know if this is for you at the end of the day. But it felt mean to do it.
That's okay.
Now that I'm here.
That's okay.
Um,
Streaming isn't for a lot of people at the end of the day,
Yeah.
but if you feel like streaming is getting to a point where it's like not healthy enough for me, that's understandable. I think I've heard that like plenty of times before.
Yeah, I was originally going to come in here more aggressive about it and be like, you make boring content, but no, that felt too mean. And more so, I kind of want to hear your thoughts on what's your end goal? Like, what do you think what do you want to do with streaming? Like, what's the kind of like ideal situation?
I guess I want to make a stable income off of streaming.
Is that the
That's my
Hisoka music
goal for now.
from Hunter? Hunter and Hunter
have
Hunter, I think that is.
A job right now or anything like that?
I think it is. I think that's the Hisoka music.
Okay. Do you
Nice.
feel like you make enough right now to be able to do what you're doing?
Nope.
No? Okay. So
It's the Hisoka music.
something I had
Can't
in
get
mind
over
was
it.
to start streaming myself. One of the things I had in mind too is before I actually do that and take it seriously is not only do I want to get myself a decent Elgato camera but I kind of want to.
Fuck's an Elgato camera. Wait. Oh my god, too many stream elements. What the fuck? Let's try to open maybe. I don't know what I'm doing. Fuck. Let's look it up real quick. What is Elgato, like a really good webcam? Because that's what I'm seeing, like a face cam. Is that what it is? Is that what we're hyping? I have like a Logitech C. What the fuck is it called? It's not. It's like a C 920, but not. It's a bit different. I think older. I might get a bit better one if there's like a better one to get, you know, that'll work better with like the VTuber software. Sure. Yeah, sure.
Make sure I have more conversations like this on streams, kind of get my name out there, like make sure like I know what I'm talking about, maybe have more deeper conversations, so I'm not stuttering or whatever.
Oh, stuttering is like so based. That's all I do. I just stutter
like,
and mumble.
Do you feel like you could just do anything for you, and you feel like if it entertains you personally, it's going to entertain the whole audience? Or do you feel like constricted to certain topics like this?
Okay, that's the thing. Like I've been talking about with people about content creation. Like for me, when we've been pivoting so hard from, you know, the Gaza war and all that shit. But like for me, the most important thing with content creators is like seeing them have fun. Either having fun, which should be the thing that they do most. And sometimes watching them suffer, you know, because it's fun seeing them like doing stuff that they hate. Because it's fun, but like when they do it consensually, sometimes like it's like a joke. But for the most part, yeah, I like seeing people do what they're passionate about and talking about what they're passionate about, you know, their hobbies. That's the thing. I feel like because Food Chops is like in the Twitch ball space, there's no appreciation for like hobbies and personal interests. It's just all either politics or drama. That's all it is. And I hate that. But I also hate that within other communities. Like I feel because we're doing content and we're supposed to be entertainers first and foremost, people kind of lose their identity. And I see a lot of people just like doing stuff to please the audience. And we're talking about people who, I don't know, it's hard to say, because if you decide that, okay, I'm going to be an entertainer, like a VTuber, let's say a VTuber, for example, and you set your mind to it, then yeah, you could succeed and you could make some sort of living out of it. Like I chose like the VTuber thing as an aesthetic because it's easy and I like I just like it. But I'm not gonna be like, I'm never gonna be like a personality. I don't have the specific personality to be like a VTuber, you know, as most VTubers are. I'm obviously a VTuber, but like I can't be like, you know, a VTuber entertainer. I just stream myself doing the shit that I like, talking about shit that I'm passionate about. Obviously, I've been more active since the Gaza war started after October 7th. I've been way more active, which is not something I enjoy, but I'm passionate about it, obviously, because it affected me personally. But in general, like content creation, I just like doing stuff that I like, and, you know, finding shit that I want to share with people, which is hard. But I think that's like what people are attracted to. like parasocially, people want to have that connection. They want to see the content creator. At least I want to see it. Okay, I don't know about all other people, but I want to see a content creator kind of like engaging with their passions and their happiness and hobbies and shit. I'm gonna give an example. I don't know if it's the best example because it's not even close to the kind of content creation that I do or will do ever. Like Game Grumps, okay? I'm a huge Game Grumps fan, okay? I'm a huge Lovely. And one of the things that I like most about Game Grumps is that they talk so much about shit that they do in their life and their passions and what they're working on and just stuff that is not like wholly focused on video games, you know? Because obviously they're a video game kind of commentary, you know, comedy duo. But they talk so much about other shit. I like hearing them talk about their lives and their hobbies and shit so much. That's why I also like watch a lot of Game Grumps compilations about them just talking about shit. Like, for example, Dan talking about his father and stuff like that. So yeah, I think there's not enough of that.
I'm feeding.
Well, I mean, like, it's all about creating a balance, right? Like, I feel like if I only create my own, like, specific content right now, then I might as well be, like, if I create just stable content where I just cover politics and only politics, then I might as well be working at, like, a regular fucking office job. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Because I might as well just, like, be doing, like, Code Monkey work, right? But the thing is that, like, obviously you want, like, a regular influx of, like, excitement, and that regular influx of excitement is also coming from the chat and also from you know, drama as well. So that drama and, you know, the chat and stuff like that is like the other half that you want to balance out, which is why, like, I'm still like figuring out a lot of things because I'm new to the space. So I think one half has to be, you know, the first half has to be like, for example, right now I force myself to do theory before drama, because I feel like once I get sucked into the drama hole, then there's like no way out, right? Like now I'm no longer creating original content that like users are expecting me to make, right? I force myself to make this content because it's like, oh, there has to be some level of stability, but there has to be some level of excitement. It's all about balancing these two. And if I can't like automatically balance them because of my personality, because of how unstable I am, then I have to force myself to balance it, you know? So it's all about like regulating yourself, and that's what I do. That's why
I guess if you want to do like a lot of different kinds of content, you should learn to balance it. That's a good view.
Specifically, you know, theory segment and then drama segment, very specifically. So even if, you know, somebody with a much larger, you know, subscriber account is like nuking you,
wait, what the fuck?
Like I force myself to do theory content no matter what, you know.
Oh, I got into the wrong
I think
wrong
here's the
portal.
thing is that like you can tell me that like, oh yeah, streaming is not good for me, and then you know I'm like feeding into like the drama loop way too much. But I think that only I can be like the determiner of that.
Yep.
And I think that at the end of the day, you know, I think office work is its own.
No, one thing with me is I'll never be like what's the word? Mityamer. In Hebrew, it's called mityamer. I'll never be like, fuck. Give me a second. I'll make my point eventually. I will never pretend, I guess, to be like a certain type of content creator when I'm not. I'll just do things. I guess like with people who know what kind of a community they're from and what kind of content they want to make, and it's like one type of content that it's easier. But for me, I'm like, it's not even like a variety streamer kind of thing. I just have so many interests, and I'll never be like, okay, I'm a gamer, or I'm a politics streamer, or I'm a news covering person, or I'm an anime thing, or I'm a VTuber entertainer. I'll never pretend to be like one of those things. I just do my shit. I do what I like. I guess it's like this thing of not being fuck, I need to keep this tab open because I always go back to it. Not being arrogant or haughty about it. You know, do your own thing until something like clicks. But just keep doing your own thing. Never aspire to be something you're not, because you'll keep doing it and you'll become something that you, not only that you're not, but you don't like. And then you'll have like an identity crisis because of it. I think it's really important that you just keep doing what you like. If you like doing drama, do drama. Okay? Do as much drama as you want. I guess for me, it's easy for me to say I'm just like in like a exploratory phase, you know, where I search for shit to do on the stream, looking for my niche. I'm not sure what my niche is. Right now, my niche is just the, you know, Israel and Gaza thing, because obviously it is. But like before October 7th and after it's all over, you know, I'll go back to what I do, which is playing games with friends, talking about music and anime, maybe drawing a bit, maybe singing a bit. These are the things I like. And there are other things, but it's always me. Like, I don't know what I think about, like, Food Shops, for example, forcing herself to do theory. I guess she's passionate about it, so it makes sense, but like, so I guess I don't really understand the caller. I know people who aren't interested really in making content, and they criticize content creators for making their own content and what they want to do, because it's not like, I don't know, it's not working, and it doesn't make them popular, or it doesn't make them money. I just didn't get it. I don't get it. Because you assume like content creators do it because they want to make money, and I hate it. I hate that it's also like kind of true, but like, you know, you're talking to small content creators, like you're talking to Food Shops. Obviously she's doing stuff that she's passionate about and she enjoys. We're not at the and she makes money obviously, but like she's not making that much money. Yeah, Astro, that's what I'm saying. You have to stay true to yourself. I guess because I'm not really from any specific community of content creators right now, it's easy for me to say. Because like I have no choice, I have no specific niche right now. Maybe I'll find it, and then my view will kind of change. But for the most part, I believe just keep doing new, and like whatever it is, if it's changing, stop like trying to you know, make yourself look good to other people. What the fuck? Astro Magix isn't saying bring them home, support genocide, according to leftists. Well, I'm a leftist, and no, it doesn't mean that. Israel is not genociding Gaza. Wanting to bring our hostages and some of our dead back home isn't supporting genocide. All right.
Kind of hell.
We good on that?
Well, yeah, it's just like
it's
just like
it's its own kind of depression.
My thoughts on it's like correlated to Smeth. Like, I feel like there's a certain level of
I've never watched Smith
that he has that is unhealthy to me. So it's just like an opinion based kind of thing. I'm not saying objectively this is unhealthy for you, food shops, the person.
Yeah, of
But,
course. No,
it's
you're,
just like,
you're
it's
you're-
like a concern kind of thing of like,
Yeah.
yeah, maybe it comes off as concern trolly, but it is like actually sincerely. When I come in here, I see usually like 17 watching, or I see like your videos only get like 300.
What streams do you go on? What streams do you go on and say that? Maybe you go to the wrong streams, my dude. You need to come here more often. I'm joking, but like I know a lot of people are like really vehemently anti-Israel, and some of them very anti-Semitic too, anti-Jewish, which is anti-Semitic. Just very, very brain dead people. So if they ban you because you said like bring them home now, it's for your own good, basically. Don't watch those people. Fuck them. People who like, call you out for saying anything pro-Israel. These are not good people to be around, regardless if you're Israeli or Jewish, okay? Just fuck them.
Reviews, and like I sincerely, I don't mean this like to come off as condescending. I sincerely feel bad because I do feel like you do try. I don't think anyone can say you're not trying, and you are putting in effort.
Well, here's the thing. I actually think I'm doing fine.
I mean, dude, if you put in effort and it's obvious and you're obviously passionate about it and you have fun with it, that's what matters. That's what matters. Like, what more are we supposed to do as humans, regardless of streaming or whatever? What else? Especially if we were like creators of any kind, artists, and like whether it's artists or content creators on YouTube or Twitch or Kick, in Food Shop's case. What does it matter? You do your thing, you're passionate about it, you put a lot of effort and you enjoy it and you're passionate about it. That's what matters.
Fine, but yeah. Are you expecting me to get more?
Yeah, kind of. When did you start?
Oh, I started in I would say like early May. Yeah.
Early May.
Mhm.
Okay. So it could be worse. It could be worse for sure.
Like these people, they expect you to, if you're successful, you become immediately successful. Like people immediately catch up to you, like they catch on to you, and and everyone starts watching you. This isn't only about it. You know, it's a lot about connections too, and about being a part of a community. And about I don't know. I guess forming that parasociality, which like it's not just. Most people aren't immediately successful. Most of us, if we ever become successful, it's gonna be after many years of trying. Not even trying, after many years of making content. Maybe not, in my case, not even finding a specific niche. And just like, doing our thing until something works. That's gonna be most of us, I think.
Could be worse. Yeah, I guess like where are you expecting me to be at?
I'm not sure, but I'm looking at it and I'm
Like if you really look at it, right? Like like these are the kinds of conversations I sort of have in the background, but like I'll have it surface ground a little bit for once, right? I don't know. I'm getting caught up by Keffals. You know what I mean? I'm getting caught up by Keffals. Obviously,
I don't even know what's going on with Keffals. I think it's. I know.
Crazy.
I know it's related to Food Shop's drama with the lolly stuff, but that's all I know.
This is where I feel like okay, this is the death nail to me. Where
listen, Astro, I don't even care. You can have your community that's an echo chamber where everyone talks about the same thing, and most people have the same views. You can do that, Not every space has to be like a debate space where, people argue about shit. But it also means that people like us, we have to choose our spaces. We can't just like keep, being angry because we can't find our place in spaces that don't want us. As a Jewish person, you know, that's just the reality. Some spaces will never want me. And as an Israeli person, even more so. Some spaces will never want me. And they'll just like spit me out. So fuck them. Like, I don't know. Fuck those people. They're not worth it. They're not worth it. Create your own echo chamber of the things you love to do. Unless you're like a debate person and then you go like the weak route or whatever, you know? But like, I'm just not part of that community. I like to argue, but I'm not a debater. I'm just like, you know, a jack of all trades, master of none. And if you're like me, then I suggest that you know, do the same. Find your spaces that you feel comfortable in, yeah. And have fun in, find your joy and your passions. These like echo chambers and stupid people don't matter.
You're gonna grow a little bit more. But I think there's gonna be.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
Limit, unfortunately,
I like it too.
Of the current drama
Actually,
that you have.
actually made it myself on one of those basic VTuber avatar creators. I mean, someday I'll get a proper one.
Like the certain image that you
it's a lot of
have,
money.
you know, and how many bridges can be burnt just because people don't want to associate you with you just off that alone, which, you know, sucks. So I guess that's what is also going through my mind, is that you're growing a little bit, but I think it's gonna stagnate.
It's not all about growth. It's fucking making me so angry. It's not all about growth. It's about making your thing. If you don't have a niche within the creation spaces, you create your own niche, and it takes a shit ton of time. So yeah, maybe she's not successful because she's maybe carving her own niche within the spaces, like, you know, that she's a part of. Because she's like, you know, Food Shop specifically, she's part, you know, of a Twitch Paul, kind of, and also kind of drama spaces, and also kind of a weeb and a gamer, you know. She's a part of a lot of communities. So because she's not like part of one specific community, she has to carve her own niche, and it takes time. Takes a while. Takes a while, and you can't just say, but like, what the fuck did he say?
You're growing a little bit.
You're growing a little, yeah. That's how it's supposed to happen. She has over 1K subscribers. I mean, if I had like the growth she has, and the growth speed she has, I'll be so content with it, for real.
But
I don't know how long it will take me to like be like, no, it needs to be faster.
Stay there.
Sure. I understand what you're saying. But it really depends, right? Because I feel as though the internet moves really fast. And at the same time, you also have to keep in mind that, like,
if you enjoy doing something and get success through it, it's better than suffering for success that might never
and
come.
he said that he was gonna go to his house and kill him, right? And
that's why I think you should never expect success in the first place. When you're doing something that you love, never expect success. Never like put it as a requirement to doing it. Always do it because you love it, and getting success from it is a bonus. Like, but if you do it, and that's the thing, if it's the only kind of thing you do, then all you can really do is never expect success, because that's the only thing you do. But if you do other shit too, then you can do other shit that you want to be successful at and want to get like a substantial, you know, result of success from it. Like, let's say you're like, I'm a voice actor. I'm very passionate about voice acting. So let's say I would make like voice acting related content. I will never like expect success from it. So I'll do other stuff on top of it, from which I would do like, which I do in order to gain more success and more views and more stuff like that. But the main thing that I enjoy doing, I will never expect success from, because if I expect success from it, it's just, I think it makes a difference. I don't know. I feel like what I'm saying is kind of stupid too.
Every single once in a while.
But I
people
hope
still
you
bring up
understand what I mean.
exhausted, right?
Like, I don't know.
But at the same time, he still moved past that as well. And another example is like Vosh, like Mr. Wynn just brought up Vosh, right? That one was nuclear as fuck, because I remember at the time when he brought up Irish Laddie, like that stream was like in front of like hundreds of thousands of people. And
Yeah, I see where
and this you know, this lolicon stuff, like sure it's in front of people, but it wasn't as big as the Irish Laddie stuff, and it wasn't as big
Please,
as
let's
like,
not
the,
talk about the lolly stuff.
the original Keffels like drama. The original Keffels drama was humongous, yeah.
This is gonna sound really mean, but the main difference that I think of on all those cases is that those so sorry about that. It's gonna sound mean, but I think they had more going for them. They had more of an established name already. They were gearing up. They had a lot more to work off of than you do, unfortunately. That's my main case.
What's the case?
Yeah,
I'm not
Bosch
even.
has a lot of
I'm not sure that I
personality,
understand
has a
his
lot
case
of
even.
knowledge, went to school, blah blah blah. Can work off a lot of different things. Pretty eccentric personality. So he was able to like maneuver off of like some pretty big things.
Dude, if you don't
that-
think Food Chops is eccentric, I don't know. Like, I think the bar for eccentricism has kind of been blown out of proportions, because these people at Food Chops are like not your everyday people. We're talking pretty eccentric people, okay?
Destiny maneuvered off of so many things that like any normal person would have been like immediately fucking like thrown out.
Where are you from, my dude?
I'm
I'm interested.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like
Because my
Mr. Cole-
my knee-jerk reaction would say that regardless of where you're from, like, you can probably carve your niche in life. Maybe not in content creation, but like, I don't know. Also depends on your definition of success. Like, I guess for me in my life, because my life had been like going in a very specific direction because of a lot of reasons, like my definition of success had been changing dramatically because of it. Kind of, I guess I lowered my bar for what success is, which might be kind of sad, but it's also like, it helps doing the baby steps. But I don't know. I won't be able to change your view. But, I'm interested. Like, where do you live? Why do you think like success equates to just being a doctor?
Mr. Grohl also.
Sure.
Oh,
like,
Afghanistan
even Mr. Grohl
currently.
right now
Wait,
is in, like,
okay,
a-
so you're in the
he's on,
US.
like,
Okay,
little-
okay, so you were in the US. It's already better. I don't know how it is in Afghanistan. That's why I was like, oh shit, Afghanistan. It might be bad. It might be really bad over there. But like, you're in the US. Like, pretty sure you have many more opportunities in the US than you had in Afghanistan. Like, what kind of success? What do you want to be successful at? Like, what are you passionate about? Like, do you have a few things that you're passionate about that you want to do in your life? If you have more than one, it's like, I don't know. I feel like it's the best situation when you have a few things that you're passionate about, so you're not stuck on the one thing that you want to be successful at, and every time that you kind of have like a setback on the road, you get obsessed with it. Jesus, biomedical engineering, my dude, that's a rough profession to work towards, and I guess like you don't have much time for other shit if you're in college. But like, do you do other stuff? Like, do you have any hobbies that you have time to, you know, delve into? Because obviously you're passionate about, you know, biomedical engineering. That's why you do it. Like, do you have like hobbies? Because like, I can't really say anything about the biomedical engineering, your studies, because the more effort you put into them, and the more like you try to, you know, be like a trailblazer in your field. That's like, I guess that's what determines success in those things. But I guess you know it better than me. I'm not like the biomedical engineering, that's biology, so I don't know. I was never into those things. That's why I asked you about like hobbies and stuff. Because if you have the time, then you can always like have a side gig, basically. I don't know. I don't know how it is in like biomedical engineering. Maybe you don't have the time. I know I have like a I have a friend who works in bioengineering. I think I forgot what it's called. Some kind of bioengineering. Not medical though. And she has no time for her hobbies. Like, we used to do voice acting stuff together, and she has like very little time for it. She does it like once in a while, but yeah, so maybe like stream Overwatch. If you want to be like a content creator of Overwatch, you can just stream Overwatch when you have the time. And if you want to like feel like you're doing something with your hobby and not just playing, then you can just start streaming. And, you know, with the time you have to stream it, to play, then you can try and make your stream better. And then you will have these two things that you do. One, your studies in the college and the biomedical engineering. And on the side, you'll have your Overwatch stream that you put as much effort as you can into the time you have, you know? I think it, I know it doesn't sound like a lot, especially if you know how much time you have to put into like this one game. But like, if you have like the will to do it, and it's something that you know you can do while, you know, not quitting school, and you know that you can have those both of those things at some level, then why not? Like, go for it, my dude. Play Overwatch, stream it. Just don't like expect success from it. Just do what you can. Enjoy it, because you already enjoy it. You play it and you enjoy it. Use that when you stream and build off of it, you know, as much as you can. Just don't like don't be anxious about it, you know. Be real about it, enjoy it, be passionate. Remember that you're a human, and you like to do a lot of things. We're not, usually humans don't like, we don't do one thing and that's it. Usually we have a few things that we do. So like, I don't know, man, I hope I'm not like overbearing. I just like, I don't know, I like talking about this shit. And thank you for like sharing and stuff, and letting me interact with you. I enjoyed it very much. And I appreciate it. And I wish you luck on your biomedical engineering studies in college. I hope you become like a trailblazer, if not a trailblazer, then just become successful and have like a steady salary and do the thing that you like. But also, like, you know, don't forget to enjoy the stuff that you do off work. Like, most people would wanna, I think, have sometimes
corner,
to do that.
But Mr. Girl still
It's
has
important.
a dedicated audience, mainly because he has
We want it for a
such
reason.
great content. I think my advice for you would be
Hold on. So hold on. I just want to push back a little bit. So the thing is that I
You know,
don't-
like,
I don't
remember who you
know
are, man.
all that much about Irish Laddie at the time. Like, I don't think he was like entirely that big. Like, what do he have? Like 300 to 400 concurrent viewers at the time. Like, it wasn't like when he was getting nuked like big, like much bigger, right? Like at the time.
I'm saying he improved upon and was able to garner the audience he did because of the hard work, the hard work, but also luck and personality, the charm that he already had. And like that's what I'm saying to you is, unfortunately, I don't think you have those skills. Like that's what I mean when I say that streaming is not for everyone.
What the fuck is he saying
That's
to her?
what-
Like,
that's what I
stop
mean.
doing,
It's not
stop
a
stop
fuck
trying.
you personally. It's sincerely like a, oh, I do hope you get a job and be able to do this as a hobby. I would recommend this as a hobby right now. And if you do move up, that'd be fucking great. That'd be so sick. But that
Oh, you're
would be
ex-Muslim.
my advice to you is the hobby.
Well, I
stuff.
mean, you said you're from Afghanistan, so okay. I'm talking about being ex-Muslim biology, but yeah, bro, you can start with like, don't put like too many goals for yourself because you already have your biomedical engineering studies. So like, take baby steps, okay? Take like a kind of a default avatar that kind of looks like you. You know, find a VTuber, a software that you can make like a quick VTuber avatar and use it. Maybe use like a default one that someone made that you could just like pick up a royalty-free one and use it in the beginning, because it's more about your personality, okay? It's way more about it and the things you have to talk about, and you have a lot to talk about, obviously. Like, I would be interested in listening to you. You know, being ex-Muslim, biology, you read books. I've been a reader. And sadly, because of depression, it's been really hard to read. But you have stuff to talk about, man. You're an interesting person. Use that. Because you do have something to do. Like, don't feel like you're just like, don't push your kind of like your passions aside and your like dreams. I don't know if it's a dream, like your passion to want to do something. Because you can just start. It doesn't require you to, you know, get the best VTuber avatar or be the most like, I don't know, outspoken and like what's the word? Extrovert or whatever, because I'm not. Like, listen to me, I'm so monotone and stuff. I'm not like one of those VTuber entertainers. Just start with something, you will get somewhere. Like, I didn't get anywhere yet, but I like, just do it because it makes you feel good. Like, I'm doing what I'm doing right now. It makes me feel better. It's a passion that I have that I want to do, so I do it. Whether I'll get like better or get like viewers or shit like that shouldn't matter to me much at any given point, because I do it as a passion. So yeah, you know. Sup, Cyrilla? How's it going?
Or work on video essays.
You know, take it easy, man, and
Video essays.
remember that you're a human.
The thing
Stream a
is,
little bit less.
Remember who you are. Be yourself.
I don't know. I feel like at this point,
Don't put like the
like,
entertainment
I feel
value
as though
above
you're
yourself.
giving me more of a lifestyle recommendation. It feels kind of weird. I don't know.
I'm
like,
trying to, Cyrilla. I'm
like,
trying
I
to.
feel like only I know enough about my life to like
Been
be able to
playing
balance
some
out, like,
Chronicon
okay, I
and
am able to stream, I am able to
watching
like,
some food
do all
shops,
these things,
just
right?
random
because given
videos.
the full context, then you can
I've been talking about
be
the
able to make
Gaza,
these kinds of decisions,
Israel
right?
Gaza thing
Sure,
for a
the
bit,
general-
but
the general advice isn't
it's
meant
just
to
really
be, like,
depressing. I
super
try to
because I do
talk
not
about
know
it as much as I can at any given moment, but
But
like
the general advice is
I have to cool down a bit every once in a while, you know.
At this rate, and how I can usually predict how I've seen trends come and go, or I've seen content creators.
We've been talking about like
are-
content creation also, and how you should remember to be yourself. Don't put like the entertainment value above yourself, and like if you have like one thing that you're working on, like if you have a job, like a main job, or if you're in college or something and it takes most of your time, but you still have some time to do something else that you like and you want to do something with it. So like in this case, like content creation, streaming, then just start. Don't expect it to be like don't expect to be like the next, like, I don't know, next Destiny, or I don't even know streamers, okay? I don't know gamers. If you want to do gaming streams, don't expect to be like the next gaming streamer around. Just enjoy it. You know, you have the time and you're passionate about it and you want to do it, then do it. It'll make you feel good, make you more healthy. That's pretty much what I was saying about content creation. Because this guy came on this person called Food Chops and called and started to tell her that she will basically to quit because she'll never be successful because she doesn't have what it takes.
Will stay. As my advice is,
Yeah, bro, start biking.
Yeah, get a center focus.
Physical
job.
exercise is really, you can't really argue it makes mental health better. I'm really bad at it. I should really follow my own words about it because I'm not really. But yeah. You know, start small. Baby steps.
Do this as a hobby, focus on video essays, and maybe you'll be able to etch out a little bit more of an audience. Maybe.
Yeah,
From
but-
what I can see. This is just my personal opinion.
How was your day,
Yeah,
Cirilla?
sure, but, like-
How's your day been?
Like I get where you're coming from, but I guess another thing is like, why is it that, like, I guess you're telling me this as well?
Hope everything is going well for you.
Like, where is
I
this
don't
coming
know.
from?
I watch your content. I see the reactions from other people. I make up my own mind of you. I sincerely just think that even before the
What kind of
lulls,
hobbies do you have that you're trying to, you know?
it seemed like people kind of just treat you like a joke.
Oh, you make
and it feels
cookies.
bad to watch.
Do you
when
make like fancy cookies? You know, like
do this stuff.
with kind of like you know, special shapes and stuff. I don't know. I know nothing about cooking. Hell yeah, fancy cooking. Cookies, fancy cookies. What kind of cookies did you make? I now need to know. I need to know now. I have a friend that's really into cooking. I think she kind of went to a cooking course. Dark chocolate and orange. Okay. Like orange peels? I'm not into the orange peel thing. I have to be honest with you. Not into the orange peel thing at all. Like my grandma used to have like when she had like treats in her home, and I discovered like they had like orange peels in them. It was like the most depressing treats ever. Oh, just flavor, then yeah, delicious. Definitely, like or dark chocolate and orange flavoring or whatever. Even if you like put in like orange zest, I think is the word. It's delicious. I mean, I've been streaming for a while, but not really consistently. I mean, actually not consistently at all. Very sporadically. Because I'm like really depressed and shit. So getting the motivation to do stuff is really hard, but right now I'm so desperate to like do something to keep my sanity that I've been just like going back to my hobbies. Like I've thought about it for a long time that my hobbies are like the only thing I can do basically, because you know, for me in my life situation, finding a job that's not just like a voice acting gig is really hard. So I've been kind of leaning into my hobbies and streaming and trying to find my niche. And obviously because since October 7th kind of sparked my both my need to like talk about shit and also to try and keep myself sane while doing it. It basically made me go back into streaming. I think this is the first like proper stream I've done that isn't about the Gaza war or Israel or whatever in like many months. Like usually I'll have like these times where I try to stream. I had those times actually where I try to stream, but I'm like so quiet and I can't even communicate from how depressed I am. And I'm like a perfectionist, so every time it happens, I constantly think about why aren't you talking? Why aren't you doing anything? And then it makes me like stop the stream, which is like the last thing you need to do. You know, doing quiet streams is fine. You can do quiet streams and be quiet for as long as you want, and eventually you'll start talking because that's how streams work. You start eventually talking. Like I've been streaming this one for like this specific one for almost 2 hours. It took me like an hour until I started like figuring out what I want to do this in the stream. It's really hard. It's really hard for me, but I try, you know, try my best. And hopefully I'll start, you know, streaming with other people eventually. Like I have friends who want to stream. I have a VTuber friend who only just started like barely doing any streams, and we want to stream together because we have a really good chemistry, because we're really good friends in real life. And, you know, that's the kind of things I want to do, as well as the, you know, the regular, the stuff that I do because of the war, but like I also want to do the fun stuff, you know, not forgetting how to be like a human, an actual human. So yeah.
And yeah, there are people in this space that do get treated like
And you know, I spend so much time watching YouTube videos, so that I might as well just stream myself watching YouTube videos and talk about them. Also practice my English because it's fucking broken. Like, you need to understand my written English, like me like writing stuff, is really good. Nothing like how I speak. Like I express myself in writing and typing so much better. Like my accent is really heavy, and I wanna practice the way I speak, so that's good too.
Look, obviously you're gonna have your haters. It seems much more transparent to me, and much more apparent that there are a lot of people who don't take you seriously in the space, and especially after the Loli thing, that's going to really, 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 really halt you on any.
Have you guys been watching stuff? Like, what do you watch YouTube regularly?
Especially since Keffels.
I know Astro said you watch like one
yeah,
streamer.
Like, you never.
Strela, I don't know what you watch.
Like, you could be blacklisted from like so many
Do
other.
you have any
different channels that
recommendations?
you're not even aware of. Yeah.
Well, here's the thing, right? Like, I think like that's just something that I have to live with, right? And you just like never know where something might lead. It could be the case that I get blacklisted from a lot of channels. It could be the case where I don't get blacklisted. But it's something that I feel like I can't really predict. And the thing is like with people like laughing at me and stuff like that, I feel like even without the Loli drama, even without all of this drama,
Yeah, the
going
war
on
stuff is
and
really,
with everything else
it's
that's
really
going on,
toxic.
People are
Also,
be
like
laughing
the
at me regardless, just simply
also the
because of my
conversations
personality,
online
right?
are really toxic.
And if I feel like I am not really being myself anymore on stream, then I feel like I would rather just not be doing streaming in the first place, right?
That's
And
fucked
the
up,
thing
Cyril. I'm
is,
so
right,
sorry
Emery,
you've been going through it.
If you feel like I'm not really conducting myself in
I guess
the
because
space,
I've lived in my entire life in Israel. Like, all of my friends are, even my most leftist friends, like, and I'm a leftist, even my most left-leaning friends are still like, we're still friends. No one is like losing friends because of the war, you know? But when you, I guess when you live like in other countries, it's so different. especially if you're Jewish or like half Israeli.
In a right manner that I
Or both.
necessarily have to have like a specific personality to be a streamer, then respectfully, I disagree.
Yeah,
with
being
you,
a Jew
right?
in
Because I feel
diaspora
like
is
I want to be streaming. I want to be having fun. I like
my
interacting
heart
with chat. I
goes
like
out
making
to
the
all of
content
the
that's
Jews in the diaspora
and,
right now.
like you're telling me to go quit, and it's hurtful.
That's why I'm gonna do like
Yeah.
I'm gonna do a Jewish solidarity panel soon. I don't know, man. I don't believe in miracles, but it was a very unlikely thing that we'll stay here. But, like we're very resilient people, so
I just don't like what you're saying. It hurts my feelings.
Sure.
What you're
That's fair.
saying is hurtful to me. Yeah.
That's fair. I didn't come in here.
Israel is like
to expect to not hurt your feelings
Yeah.
by saying stuff like
we
this.
can say it's a miracle, not really, but you know it's very unlikely that we'll be here.
Like I understand that people.
It's like no, wait. Let me rephrase it. It's it was very unlikely that we'll survive to this day, and we did. Like the odds were against us. That's what I was trying to say very poorly, very poorly. But yeah, it's very lonely in the diaspora being a Jew. Like I know in Canada people are like afraid of showing Jewish symbols in public. Like in Hanukkah, showing like a menorah, stuff like that. Oh really? You're gonna do an aliyah? That's it's a big move, but I wish you luck if you choose to do it. I wish you all the best, all the luck. And I'm sorry that you feel like you have to do it. You know, I wish things will be better. That you don't have to do it. Or if you choose to do it, then it will be under like better circumstances, not like when you feel like that you have to run away to Israel, because this is the most fucked up thing. Like we all thought that like it's over, the thing where Jews need to run away to Israel from persecution abroad. I don't think everyone in the world is against me, but I think like there's a huge amount of persecution against Jews, especially after October 7th. Like people just went off on Israel because they saw an opportunity, because like, you know, we had a moment of weakness, which like when Israel has a moment of weakness, it basically means like the global Jewish community has a moment of weakness, and that gives like and that makes like anti-Semites and Nazis think that they have an opportunity to, you know, either like outright attack us or just go off on us like on social media and stuff, which is what is happening now. And it really feels for a lot of Jewish people that it's the precursor to a much darker reality, because we all remember what's been happening like in the 30s, 1930s, and like before the Holocaust, prior to World War II. We all see it. My country is 99% Muslim because it doesn't allow other religion, and so do most Muslim countries, but no one here cares about that. But it's, look at the Jews. I'm not sure what you mean, but like what I mean is like that we all remember the Holocaust, we all remember how it started, and there's a lot of similarities in the discourse right now to what's been happening in Germany before World War II. That's what I'm trying to say.
think
I'm
you.
not.
I don't
Which
think
is
you
why I
know.
understand Jews that are scared and want to
I'm
go
not
to want to come to
unaware
Israel,
that people are laughing at me, right?
and that's why it's fucked up.
But for you to
Oh,
come
I
in
know you're
here,
aware.
for
Yeah,
me, for you to come in here and then tell that to me here, right? Is another level entirely, right? Like you are coming in here, you're telling me that, and I am, engaging with what you're saying, but like
It's really, really sad.
like I don't know what else to tell you at that point,
I
right?
sincerely think you should get a job and treat
You know
it
what?
as like.
Because you already talked about let's being Jew after. Let's see if someone made a video after October 7th. Let's see. Being Jewish in France after October 7th. Oh, she's an Israeli person because that's Hebrew. And Google Chrome decides that it doesn't want to work. Are we going to move to Microsoft Edge? Because this is infuriating right now. This is infuriating. Sunday, Monday, Thursday. Thursday, November 14th, 2023. That's what it says.
שלום, ברוכים הבאים לעוד סרטון בערוץ.
Okay, so she's speaking Hebrew. But there's a... Let's watch it, you know what? Let's watch it. It's actually interesting now that we've started talking about it. Thank you for bringing it up, guys, because, you know, when I speak about it alone, it's much harder. But when you guys come here and start talking about it, it's so much... It makes it so much better for me. So thank you. Thank you, Cyrilla, for bringing it up. And again, sorry that you're going through it, you know. Let's watch it.
מזמן לא צילמתי סרטון, היום אני רוצה לעשות סרטון קצר כדי לדבר איתכם ולעדכן אתכם.
This is from a month
מה
ago.
קורה איתי, מה קורה איתנו. אם אתם חדשים פה, קוראים לי אלזה, ובערוץ הזה אנחנו מנסים...
Oh my god, her name is Elsa. I'm not gonna make a Frozen joke.
ללמד אתכם עברית בצורה טבעית. אז אם אתם לא מבינים כל מה שאני אומרת, זה בסדר גמור, אל תדאגו, זה בסדר. תנסו להבין בגדול עם הקונטקסט.
Dude, Hebrew is such a hard language to learn.
עם הכתוביות למטה.
I don't envy anyone who's learning Hebrew.
לעבוד יותר לעומק עם הסרטון הזה ועם הסרטונים שלנו. אז תמצאו באתר שלנו, ב-Piece of Hebrew Club, חומרים כדי לעבוד עם הסרטונים, כמו התמליל המלא של הסרטון, רשימת אוצר מילים, שאלות הבנה וכו'. אז אני אשאיר לכם למטה את הפחתים על הקלאב. אז מה קורה איתי? אני כרגע נמצאת בצרפת, אצל ההורים שלי, ודורון בישראל, אצל ההורים שלו. תכננתי להישאר בצרפת בלי קשר למלחמה עד תחילת נובמבר, עד ההתחלה של חודש נובמבר, כי בתחילת נובמבר סבתא שלי חגגה יום הולדת 100. אז זה היה רגע מאוד חשוב, אירוע מאוד חשוב, ורציתי להיות נוכחת, רציתי להיות איתה ביום הזה. סבתא שלי האהובה, סבתא שלי החמודה, נולדה בפריז בשנת 1923, שזה די מטורף, והיום היא בת 100. החלטתי להישאר עוד קצת בצרפת, אצל ההורים שלי, אבל אני מקווה, אני מקווה לחזור לארץ, לחזור לישראל בקרוב. ב7 באוקטובר בשבת השחורה היא של מתקפת הטרור על ישראל. כמו כל בוקר, השתדלתי לא להיות בטלפון. אני מנסה לא להיות בטלפון בבוקר. אני משתדלת לא להיות בטלפון.
This is pretty hard to listen to. She speaks really slowly. I know it's like a language teaching channel, but I'm more interested to hear what she has to say about October 7th. That's the thing.
קוראת ספר, ורק אחרי שעתיים אני פותחת את הטלפון, אני מדליקה את הטלפון. אז ביום ההוא גם השתדלתי לא להיות בטלפון, ואז אמא שלי באה אליי.
By the way, Astro, I actually want to learn Japanese. I guess I'm kind of a weeb, but I'm actually like, I listen to Japanese music, so I want to understand it. I'm not just like into anime music or anime. I also like Japanese rock music and metal music, so I want to understand them. But yeah, it's really hard. Both Hebrew and Japanese. I think Japanese is probably much harder, but yeah, both languages are really hard.
אמרה לי שיש טילים על ישראל, אז כמובן פתחתי את הטלפון וראיתי הודעה מדורון שאמר לי שיש בלגן מעזה. אז לא כל כך ידענו מה קורה. לאט לאט הבנו מה גודל האירוע. בשבועיים הראשונים באמת הייתי כל היום בחדשות. כל היום קראתי חדשות בטלפון, במחשב, ראיתי גם בטלוויזיה חדשות. בדרך כלל אני קוראת חדשות בעברית באתר חדשות ynet. גם קראתי חדשות בצרפתית. עניין אותי לראות מה מספרים שם בתקשורת הצרפתית. כמו הרבה אנשים, אני משערת, הייתי כל היום בחדשות.
Yeah, that's the fucked up thing, that we all were like just glued to our screens during the attacks. Like, I'm in Tel Aviv, so I had the quote-unquote privilege of being glued to a screen, and obviously, you know, the alarms I had to run away to Mamad, like a safe, secured space, basically, in my apartment complex. No, my apartment building. What did I want to say? So yeah, that's the fucked up thing. A lot of us got PTSD, like you said, Cyrilla, because I saw everything. I saw all the videos, all of the pictures that were circulating, and it's stuff that not one person shouldn't see all of that stuff in like one lifetime. That's the thing. Like, we're so fucked up as a society that we can just like consume all of this like violent shit, like just very like few in single sittings, just ingest like lifetimes of violent imagery. Yeah, it's less about how chaotic it was for me. For me, it was how yeah, like, is it intense and intentional? Like, it wasn't random. They targeted civilians. That's the thing that fucked with me.
קמתי בבוקר,
Like, that's like the image of evil that people have in our heads. That's like what it worked. So that's like what people like Bibi Netanyahu fear-mongered us for years to imagine, and then it happened. That's what. It's so fucked up.
לישון בלילה, הייתי כל היום בחדשות, ועד היום אני הרבה בחדשות, הרבה יותר ממה שאני בדרך כלל. כמו כולם, הייתי מאוד עצובה, לא הצלחתי לעבור.
Haiti. I was so sad. I think you mean I am, because it never ended. October 7th never ended, really.
לא הצלחתי לתפקד יותר מדי, ולא ידעתי מה לעשות כדי לעזור, במיוחד כי הייתי בחוץ לארץ, אז לא ידעתי מה לעשות כדי לעזור. כל היום ראיתי ברשתות, בפייסבוק, באינסטגרם, אנשים שעושים דברים, ישראלים שמתגייסים ומתנדבים כדי לעזור. לא ידעתי...
Yeah, basically one of the more fucked up things is how yeah, we really we didn't, Cyrilla. We didn't have a time to mourn. We still can't. The discourse kind of doesn't allow it, and the fact that so many, my family in particular and other families, still can't even bury our dead. Some of us, but yeah, I mean, for Jewish people and Israeli people in general, like, we don't have even a moment to mourn because the entire world just exploded on us the moment it happened, and it hasn't stopped since.
לעזור ומה לעשות, ואני חושבת שזה משותף להרבה ישראלים ויהודים שנמצאים בחול. האמת שהקשבתי לכמה פודקאסטים בנושא הזה, ואני רוצה להמליץ לכם על פודקאסט אחד במיוחד, שקוראים לו אחד ביום. זה פודקאסט של חדשות, אבל זה לא חדשות על מה קרה היום ומה קרה אתמול. כל יום זה פרק על נושא אחד, מעמיקים בנושא אחד, מביאים מומחים שמבינים בנושא.
Let's see if she gets into the... I feel like because this is like a language channel, it's a bit obvious from how she structures her video. Israeli soldier on what followed the October 7th massacre. Okay, so hopefully, I don't think it's gonna show like graphic stuff. If it's gonna be about what happened like after October 7th, I have a feeling it's gonna be about the discourse, which is...
השם שלי יוסף יצחק נוימן, אני שליח חב"ד במכבים רעות. אני גם משרת בצה"ל, עושה מילואים בפיקוד העורף.
And what is the role of your specific unit in the army?
אוקיי, אנחנו בפיקוד העורף נקראים אנוך, שזה ראשי תיבות של איסוף נפגעים.
איסוף חללים ונפגעים. Casualty recovery, man, the stuff they've been telling about, the stuff they've been talking about, what they've seen. Like, these people are like the first responders who saw, like, they've been the first to, I think, to tell about how it was obvious that women were R-worded and essayed before getting murdered, because they got there and they saw the dead bodies, and they had to recover the dead bodies, and so they were the first to see that before even the coroners could see, and they because they, I guess, they're somewhat medically trained, not like doctors, but they are, I guess like they could tell, because I remember some of the casualty recovery units, like the people, they talked about how it was obvious.
השם ישמור, כשקורה אסון, כמו רעידת אדמה, או כמו למרבה הצער במלחמה, אז צריך להתעסק עם החללים, עם האנשים שהם מתו, ולוודא...
Oh shit, you can't see the... Why aren't you saying anything? You can't see the fucking subtitles, and I'm just talking here like I'm sure that you can see. Wait. That's so weird. Okay, give me a second, I'll fix it. Oh shit.
אדמה, או... אמרתי, אוקיי, בסדר, זה טוב, אני אהיה בבית הרבה.
What the fuck? Why isn't it working? Give me a second. I'm so sorry. Alright, we'll watch it again. So basically this is like a person from a casualty recovery unit from a...
השם שלי יוסף יצחק נוימן, אני
He'll say it.
שליח חב"ד במכבים רעות. אני גם משרת בצה"ל, עושה מילואים בפיקוד העורף.
And what is the role of your specific unit in the army?
אוקיי, אנחנו בפיקוד העורף נקראים אנוך, שזה ראשי תיבות של איסוף נפגעים וחללים.
איסוף חללים ונפגעים.
כשקורה אסון, כמו רעידת אדמה, או כמו למרבה הצער במלחמה, אז צריך להתעסק עם
Okay, listen, Cyrilla, it's not our job to figure out the way out. All we need to figure out is a way to stay sane and live our lives to the best of our ability, because we can't control the IDF, we can't control Hamas, we can't, I mean, to some extent, me as an Israeli citizen and Israeli citizens in general, we can control the government to some extent, but as individuals, there's nothing we can do, okay? All we can do is make our life as best as we can and be as happy as we can. And that's like, yeah, be the best you can be, basically. That's the most important stuff. I know like all of us feel guilty that we can't, I don't know if that's what you were talking about, but part of it is feeling guilty that we can't do anything to change it and do anything to help. But I guess you said like you don't see a way out, so like, and it's really like, you know, it's a morbid reality. Really sad reality. Do you think it's gonna last forever? And it might be the reality, but we have to, that's what Jewish people have been doing for so many years. That's what we have to do. We have to find our way to live while surviving and persevering through all of this, because that's what we do. That's what we have to keep doing. That's what we and you and all of us have to keep doing. And I think that's like a show of strength, you know? I think that shows like a lot of strength of character that we have to, that we gotta have being Jewish, sadly. We're forced to have it, or else we shrivel, basically.
ולוודא שאנחנו מקבלים אותם ומזהים אותם, ובסופו של דבר מביאים אותם לקבורת ישראל.
Was this a unit that you chose to be in, or this was where you were delegated to go?
By the way, I hope the volumes are okay.
וכשבחרו בשבילי את זה, אמרתי, טוב, אז כנראה שאני לא אצטרך לעשות מילואים, כמה קורה כאן רעידות אדמה, או... אמרתי, אוקיי, בסדר, זה טוב, אני אהיה בבית הרבה. ולמרבה הצער, זה נהיה מאוד מאוד רלוונטי עכשיו.
Can you tell us where you were when the war broke out on October 7th?
אוקיי, כיוון שאני שליח חב"ד במכבים רעות, אז זה היה שמחת תורה, שמיני עצרת, וכמובן שהייתי בדרך לבית הכנסת. כשיצאתי בבוקר הלכתי קודם למקווה, זה הליכה של 20 דקות, פגשתי חבר מהיישוב כאן מרעות, אני אומר לו שבת שלום, חג שמח, אני לא ידעתי כלום. אני כן שמעתי בבוקר מוקדם בומים, אבל לא ידעתי שום דבר. כשראיתי אותו אז אמרתי לו חג שמח, אז הוא אמר לי לא כל כך שמח. אז אמרתי לו מה קרה? אז הוא אמר לי שבדרום היו הרבה טילים וחוששים שחוליה של מחבלים נכנסה לתוך הארץ. זהו. כשהגעתי לבית הכנסת אחרי המקווה, אז כבר באו יותר אנשים עם יותר ידיעות, והבנו שזה מצב לא פשוט. כיוון שבית הכנסת שלנו הוא בעצמו במקלט, אז יכולנו לקיים את התפילות, אבל כמובן שהאווירה הייתה מאוד מאוד רגישה. אפילו הגיעה אלינו מישהי שלקחו מוקדם בבוקר את בעלה, את הבן שלה ואת החתן שלה, מיד גייסו אותם, הם ביחידות קרביות, לקחו אותם מיד לאזור של על יד עזה, והיא הייתה מאוד 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 נרגשת.
He means like the Gaza area. He means the Gaza envelope area. That's how it's called. Like the kibbutzim and the yeshuvim that are close to the border.
עזה, והיא הייתה מאוד 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 נרגשת ומפוחדת, ואנחנו פשוט החזקנו אותה בבית הכנסת ועשינו הקפות וניסינו להעלות את המורל ולגרום לה ולאנשים שהיו לא לחשוב כל היום רק על זה, אלא גם איכשהו קצת לעשות שמחת תורה.
How soon after all of this did you get called up to reserves, and you know how did you feel about going back up?
מוצאי שבת, מוצאי החג, זה היה ברור שאמרו שמגייסים את כולם, ובאמת כמה דקות אחרי כבר קיבלתי טלפון, בעצם הם כבר התקשרו אליי בחג אבל לא ידעתי, ואמרו לי לבוא מיד לאיפה שהיחידה שלנו נמצאת, זה באשדוד באיזשהו מקום, אנחנו מוצבים שם, זהו, ונסעתי לשם.
And when you arrived, what did you see? What did you hear? What were your commands?
אז האמת שלפני שהגעתי, הדרך לשם הייתה מאוד 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 מפחידה, מכיוון שבשעות האלה עדיין דיברו שיש מחבלים שמסתובבים, ובאמת היו.
This was like the worst case scenario of Israel, the stuff that we learned to fear, that one day terrorists are gonna just infiltrate Israel and start killing everyone. This is like a very deep-rooted fear for Israeli people, specifically Israeli people in Israel. Like, we've been fearing this kind of shit for like our entire lives, for generations. Like, I mean, not that many generations, but it's the same fear that I have, that my mother had, okay? It's like multi-generational.
שהיו, אחר כך נודע לי שבכניסה לאשדוד היה חוליה של מחבלים שברוך השם הצליחו לחסל אותם, אבל אז הנסיעה הייתה מאוד מאוד ככה עם פחד. השתדלתי לחזק את האמונה, שמעתי בדרך את הקול של הרבי מלובביץ' וניסיתי להירגע כמה שאפשר, וכשהגעתי לשם אז כמובן התחושה היא תחושה של גם כבר מיד כאב גדול, כי כבר יודעים מהתוצאות, וגם הכנות והתארגנות ומביאים ציוד ובלגן ככה, זה מה שקיבל את פנינו.
And what was the first thing you did?
I don't like sorry, I don't like the translation, it's not very accurate.
You arrived.
הטיפול הראשוני של החללים, של המתים בשטח, לא היה על ידינו, היה על ידי זק"א ועל ידי הרבנות הצבאית, על ידי המשטרה. זה גם היה תחת אש, זאת אומרת הם עשו את זה עוד כשיודעים שהם מחבלים מסתובבים באזור. אז אנחנו בעצם בשלב הזה עדיין לא עושים כלום, אנחנו מחכים. אבל למחרת, זאת אומרת ביום שני, כבר ביקשו מאיתנו לבוא לבסיס שבו השם ישמור מקבלים מסעיות.
Trucks of bodies. I think in Monday, like, they were still fighting. Right? October 7th. Yeah, it was Saturday, so.
עם חללים, וכאן אנחנו נכנסנו לתמונה לעזור בזיהוי שלהם, במיון שלהם.
We're talking about like burnt bodies. People got burnt alive in cars and in homes, okay?
יש שם נציגה יש שם רופאה, צריך לזהות את האנשים. אז יש רופאה שלוקחת DNA או טביעת אצבע, המשטרה מצלמת, ואנחנו עוזרים, זה לא נעים להגיד, אבל זה שקיות, אוקיי? וצריך לפתוח את השקית ולעזור לרופאה, לעזור למשטרה, ואחר כך לסדר אותם, לשים מדבקה, לעשות מספר, זה המספר של החלל הזה, וכשיבואו התוצאות מהמעבדה של הבדיקה של ה-DNA, אז יגידו לנו, אוקיי, תביאו את המספר הזה והזה, מתוך, יש קונטיינרים של הקפאה, וזהו, ואז מזהים אותם, ובעצם כשמסיימים את התהליך הזה, אז אפשר לקחת אותם לקבר ישראל. בינתיים המשפחות, זה פשוט רחמים אינסופיים, הנשמה שלהם יוצאת, מרוב הם לא יודעים מה קורה עם היקרים שלהם, ולכן אנחנו עבדנו שם במשמרות רצופות, 12 שעות, התחלפו אנשים 12 שעות כל הלילה, כל היום, כדי לעשות את זה דקה אחת קודם, שהמשפחות ידעו מה קורה. ובאמת אם היה רגע שככה התעייפנו, אז חשבנו לעצמנו, רגע, אבל אם נעשה את זה קצת יותר מהר, אז זה אומר שזה יוריד אפילו לרגע אחד סבל מהמשפחות האלה, אז זה נתן לנו מוטיבציה להשתדל לעשות את זה כמה שיותר ביעילות.
In all of your training for this job and for the task of this unit, were you ever prepared for something like this?
באופן עקרוני, הייתי אמור להתכונן, לטפל.
Yeah, you were never, no one is ready for something like
אני רוצה
that.
להגיד שבחיים שלי לא ראיתי מה שראיתי עכשיו, אבל מה שהרבה יותר עשה לי זעזוע, חוץ ממה שראינו, השתדלתי לא לראות, השתדלתי כל הזמן להסיט את המבט, וכמובן שרואים. אבל מה שיותר עשה לי שוק, יותר עשה לי זעזוע, זה הכמויות. שמגיעה עוד מסעית ועוד מסעית. זה פשוט מסעית ענקית, עם הרבה מקום, וכולה מלאה באנשים מתים. כשאנחנו מדמיינים בראש, אנחנו 80 שנה אחרי השואה.
I'm sorry that I don't have much commentary, because this is... It's the kind of stuff that just leaves you speechless, you know? It's the kind of stuff that just leaves you speechless. And you just have to let the people talk. Because, you know, I start talking and I start crying, basically.
מדמיינים בראש כמויות של אנשים שנהרגים, אבל פתאום אתה רואה את זה. זה לא בסיפור ששמענו ממישהו, מהסבא שלי, הוא ניצול שואה, היה באושוויץ, או מה שקראנו בספרים. פתאום אתה פותח משאית, ואתה יודע מה אתה הולך לראות שם, אתה רואה שם עשרות של אנשים שנרצחו, ועוד אחת ועוד אחת. אתה לא מאמין שמגיעה עוד משאית. אתה אומר, כמה עוד יכול להיות? וזה פשוט בלתי נתפס. זה, לי אישית, זה היה הכי קשה. יותר ממה שראיתי, זה מה שהבנתי. מה שהבנתי, איזה כמויות, על מה מדובר כאן, איזה אסון של עם ישראל.
I think it was, I mean, for him, obviously, because it's his, like, in his duty, he never imagined he will get so many bodies coming at once, but, like, once we understood, like, what happened to them, I think that's what shocked me, at least, the most. I don't know if he's going to talk about it.
Painful job. So obviously you had a very difficult and painful job. So how did you find the strength? How did you keep going? How did you continue? It's easy to just give up and not be able to continue.
אז כמו שאמרתי מקודם, יש כל מיני דברים שנותנים מוטיבציה לדבר הזה. קודם כל, זה מה שצריך לעשות, אז אנחנו שליחים של הקדוש ברוך הוא, וצריך לעשות את זה.
No, man, listen, I accept, like, I can accept myself crying. I'm okay with crying. I'm okay with being sad. This is something that people need to see and something I need to talk about. So it's fine. I'll cry if I have to. Don't worry. I'm crying off stream too. Okay. And like, don't worry. I'll keep like balancing myself. If I feel it's too much, I'll go back to doing something else. But like, you know, crying and being sad is the least of it. If I feel like I'm starting to break down, I'll call it off. Everything is okay. Don't worry, okay? I appreciate it though.
דבר נוסף, זה כמו שאמרתי מקודם, הידיעה.
I am going to go into like, it's really important, even especially because you guys brought it up. Cyrilla brought it up. It's important. Like I'm here for it, you know, raising awareness of what happened, because there aren't really like bilingual Israeli people who are also streamers who can talk about it. The only person I know that we have right now is Eris, and all of us are having such aristocracy, and we have such a hard time. Everyone is having such a hard time ever since the October 7th attack. So like, as long as I can do it, I will do it. So don't worry. It's important to me to do it. Jewish diaspora after $100 days since October 7th. Nope. Oh, okay. Nope. Not going to show gore and shit like that. It's not the time to do it. We've all seen it. We know. Brett Gelman after October 7th will feel more like a Jew than ever. What really happened in Israel October 7th? Max Blumenthal. The real news. I don't want to get into the what really happened on October 7th videos, because it's less about me trying to prove to people that it happened, and more like I want to understand, like, you see, not even like, I can't find videos of Jewish people talking about being Jewish in the diaspora. I can get like posts, we can find posts on X, you know, on Twitter. But like, I can't find videos. You know what? Let's find tweets. Fuck. Give me a second. We'll. Oh, whoop. Nope. Let me fix the window quick. I don't know, looking for tweets is like not the best thing I want to do right now.
I am definitely more of a Jew than I've ever been, by far, since October 7th.
And I will say that we have beautiful rituals, you know?
I think that we have really incredible values. I'm a mother of 4, and I can tell you the fact that on Shabbat is the only day a week where my kids I can tear them away from their phones for Friday night dinner, and then my kids are playing cards and Monopoly because we don't use electronics for 24 hours. That makes my family healthier.
Okay, that's it.
My favorite drummer in the whole world taught me this exercise.
Jewish response to October 7th. Jewish Marxist denies October 7th. Pence in Israel. Yeah, we can go back to the food shops video. I really thought I'd find at least one more video of some Jewish person talking about being in the diaspora. But apparently it's not a thing, really. Man, Google Chrome, what the fuck is going on with you, bro? It's not moving. It's so sluggish. Look how much time it takes. Do you guys know why it happens? Like, why Google Chrome like acts like that? It's like, I know it's like a memory problem with Google Chrome, but like I don't have a memory problem with my PC, so I don't know why it's happening. Like, I'm not running out of memory in my
Treats
PC.
this like a hobby, yeah. It's fine. You can make content and all that.
Then I'm just
don't
going to.
treat, I highly recommend is what I would say.
I highly recommend.
To not treat this as like the only source of income or anything.
Well, then you're just gonna have to trust me as well that, you know, I think I'm doing fine right now. And, you know, right now I think I'm in a fine place. I've been going along fine through my dramas right now. You know, I have been, you know, barging through them, and yeah, I've been surviving. So I don't know what else to tell you. The thing is that
Back to drama,
from the
guys.
outside, I'm sure you don't mean it specifically like this. It feels kind of like
Just to
concernfully,
just
almost
to make
a little bit, kind of, you know.
to make sure I don't really care about the drama. I just like talking about the morals and the principles of it. You know what I mean?
Condescending a little bit, but like I don't know, man. You know?
Yeah, sure. It's condescending.
Yeah.
I feel like concerned
it feels-
someone would insist that I'm being disingenuous with my feelings.
It sort of
and
does feel kind of like that. I don't know. You know?
I don't feel like I've been disingenuous about.
I think it's
how
called
feel about
concern
your
trolling.
content and how I feel about how you handle this and how I feel about you doing this. As
I don't
a
think he's
primary.
really concerned.
I feel like I've been like pretty sincere.
Like they're
in
not
terms of saying,
friends.
like,
He doesn't
yeah,
know her.
like,
I
don't think this
they-
is gonna last for you very well, and I highly recommend getting a main job and treating this as a hobby. Is yeah my recommendation.
Well, here's the thing though, right? Like if you were like another content creator and you were telling me this, I would be taking you more seriously, but you
Yeah, exactly.
you're not
I
really
think
coming from a
other
This is just a
people
random
are
person.
Too nice to you, and they won't say this to you because it is so mean and it is so blunt.
That's fine, right? But the thing is that like
Your
you're-
haters are gonna say this, obviously.
Yeah, but
But
right
like
now,
people who are your friends, they're not gonna tell you this because like
yeah,
what
but
would that do? That
hold
would-
on,
that would
hold on.
only hurt
But
your
right
feelings.
now,
No,
but right
I'm
now,
your friend.
You're no one can tell you apart right now from another hater, even though like I am right now giving you the benefit of good faith, right? Like I'm just saying
Sure.
optically. I'm just saying optically right now, no one can really tell you apart from another hater.
I don't come in. I'm not coming in here to pretend like I'm the most good faith person or I'm not.
Do you guys
a
want
hater in
to-
any way, shape, or form? I'm coming in here to just be.
Do you guys want to go through like mental health stuff? Like I don't know, Dr. K or whatever. I think Dr. K is like someone everyone knows. But like mental health in general is like something I'm really passionate about because I've been dealing with mental health problems since I was like 10 years old. I have like something called persistent depressive disorder, so I've been living with it my entire life. So I'm very passionate about it. I'm very vocal about mental health and stuff. So yeah, let's see something from Dr. K. Oh shit, I think it's called like Good Gamer. What the fuck is it called? I'm in the server and I can't even remember. Healthy Gamer. Wait, what? I'm not like the biggest fan of Dr. K. I like the community, the Discord community he has. I like going there sometimes, but like he's obviously an extremely intelligent person, so I like listening to him, regardless of how much I agree with his like spiritual takes or whatever. He is obviously very knowledgeable, so I don't know. My God. Charisma, can I change? If you're antisocial and lonely, do this. Yeah, that seems...
You're antisocial. You don't really like other people, and that wouldn't be a problem, except you're also lonely. So this is something that I'm hearing happen more and more, where people are lonely, but they don't really like socializing. They don't like hanging out with people. And how do we actually solve this problem? Because we have an epidemic.
Yeah, we're all
of
getting
loneliness.
called out right now.
So today what we're going to talk about is what to do if you are both antisocial and lonely. If you crave human connection, but anytime there are humans around, you're like, no, this is annoying. I don't like these people. This is a waste of my time. We're going to teach.
It's less about me going like, ew, annoying, and more like about, oh my God, what am I supposed to do? I don't know what to do. I have nothing to say. What the fuck am I going to do? But it's not always like that. I'm exaggerating.
You how to fix that problem, okay? So let's understand why social interactions are actually painful. The first reason that social interactions are painful is because people suck. To be blunt, people are getting worse. Like, I swear to God, people are getting worse. So I've been doing psychiatry. I've been seeing patients since 2000 and what is this, 14, okay? So I've been seeing patients for about 9 years now. And in my professional opinion, people suck more than they used to. Like, I hate to say it, but it's true. Let's understand a little bit about why, okay?
That's
the first thing.
a bummer.
Is that people's level of tolerance is decreasing. What we're seeing based on the internet is as people use more technology, their capacity to emotionally regulate is actually decreasing.
Yeah, that's
As people's
that
capacity
makes
to
sense.
emotionally regulate decreases, what that means is that they get pissy more. They get more mentally tuned out, and therefore they're like harder to be around. The second thing that's starting to happen with people is that we're getting radicalized a little bit more. So people are sort of
Just a little bit.
you know, are part of these like algorithms on Twitter or YouTube or TikTok or Instagram or whatever, or Reddit, right? And as we enter these echo chambers, we start to become radicalized. And the more radicalized we become, the less empathic we become, which is also a result of technology. So people are sort of becoming
That's pretty
more
relevant.
emotionally dysregulated. It's easy to trigger people, easy to piss people off. People are becoming a little bit more radicalized. Like, yeah, like if you believe in this, then screw you and I hate you and all these people are terrible, right? So the world is becoming more antagonistic, more polemic.
I mean,
and people
right now he's talking about it on like the most surface level because I think, like, I don't know. I think when you start talking about individuals, it becomes way more complicated than just becoming more radicalized and angry. I think that's not the problem, but he's talking about like a general population problem. I like this one. He's like,
human beings are becoming less empathic. So as human beings are struggling and as we're becoming more burnt out, the first thing that goes with burnout, the first sign of burnout is actually a lack of empathy or the loss of the capacity of empathy, which means that as the world struggles more, as my own crap is taking up so much of my time, I have less time for you. And I hate to say this, but like it's true. People are getting worse. And we're both victims to this too. And this isn't just me saying like, oh, like, yeah, it's like everyone but me and you, right? Like all the other humans suck, but like me and you are good. No, this is happening to me. This is happening to you. It's happening to everybody, right? So it's harder for people to be decent human beings. That's why that's one of the reasons you're antisocial. Like, let's call it what it is. But there's other stuff because you can't really do anything about that, right? But there isn't any utility to saying people just suck and that's why you're antisocial.
That was the
Like,
weirdest
yeah, that's the end of
sneeze
the
I
YouTube
ever,
video. Now
ever
go
sneezed.
out and what exactly?
Weirdest
Like,
sneeze I ever
no. So
snozzed.
that's the one thing that we have to acknowledge has become objectively harder. But there are actually a lot of things that you can do to better tolerate those things and improve your enjoyment of social interactions. Okay, so let's start with the biggest one, or not the biggest one, but just one, the one that came to my mind first. Okay. So one of the things that really sabotages social interaction is ego and comparison. So if we literally look at what you do when you hang out with other human beings, you can be engaged with them, right? So if we're like all talking about, let's say like politics, right? And it's a lively discussion. But the moment that your mind starts making comparisons, you enjoy the social interaction less.
Bro, what the fuck? I can't even engage with this. Like, I have to listen. Like, I'm just listening and then, like, interested. I can't engage with it at all. Like, the guy is so overwhelmingly intellectual.
So if we're talking about politics, but someone else is over there and like, I'm like, oh my God, that person is like making such great points. And that person is so articulate. Oh my God, they're so articulate. And I'm not articulate. I sound like a buffalo. Like, oh my God. So suddenly
Sounds like
this
buffalo.
politics discussion, which may have been a train
Very
wreck,
specific.
but we were all kind of enjoying, has become worse because my mind has started to make a comparison. You can also do this with all kinds of other comparisons. Any comparison that you make in a social interaction is going to damage your enjoyment to the social situation. Oh my God, like me and my homie are talking to these two girls, but my homie is taller than I am and he's sexier than I am. And then instead of like enjoying talking to these two girls, I get trapped in my own head. I start making comparisons and then I'm not enjoying myself. So watch out for comparisons that you make when socializing. First of all, they don't do any good, right? Because what's the point of making that comparison in that moment? So that they don't really help us in any way. All they help us do is feel inferior usually. And the second way that they
Astro, I think he has like specific videos about parents. We'll watch it after this one.
sabotage our social interactions is now we are in our head instead of engaging in the social interaction. And anytime I'm in my head, I'm not going to enjoy the socialization. So if we really pay attention, you can be enjoying yourself in a social interaction. And the moment that you start comparing, that enjoyment will literally get shattered. So what do we do about this? The most important thing is to catch it, right? Notice when your mind starts going off on that comparison track. And this is what's kind of weird. We made a video about the science of willpower, and it turns out that Awareness of something and controlling and suppressing that thing come hand in hand.
Oh, really?
Literally, the part of your brain that is aware of things is the same part of your brain that controls it. So as you become aware of something, its power literally diminishes in your brain. So if you can catch yourself making the comparison, your mind will automatically decrease the level of comparison that you'll make. That may take a little while, but it'll absolutely happen over time. And the beauty of this is as you stop comparing, you will start to enjoy the social interaction a little bit more. You will be more engaged. You'll get that positive feedback, and then you will feel less antisocial. It'll be more fun. That's the point, right? So be careful about comparison. Now, the second thing that's going on is super interesting, is relatively new. Comparison has existed for the history of humanity. This is something that's really, really new. So something weird that happens. Nowadays, when we socialize, up until the moment that we start socialization, we're on a device. We're usually engaged in technology in some way. And that is having a really interesting effect. So anytime I'm using technology, when I stop using the technology, my internal emotional state becomes worse. So if y'all have kids and you have someone who stops using their device, if you take your iPad away from the kid or you tell them to turn off the video game, the first thing that happens is they become really, really grumpy and cranky. You may have noticed this in yourself or your significant other, that when you're done playing a video game or if someone stops you from playing a video game, anytime the technology stops, you don't feel emotionally great, right? Like if you've been playing like fucking queuing up for something for 8 hours at a stretch, you don't end that and you're like, man, I feel amazing. I'm ready to go have some fun today. No, you just feel awful.
Guys, I'll be right back. I need to have like a Bluetooth speaker that's going off. Because I forgot to turn it off and I think people are trying to connect to it. So I'll just let it.
The end of technology. So what's going on there? So we know that basically all of the engaging technologies suppress our amygdala and our limbic system. So our limbic system is our emotional circuitry. And if you kind of think about it, like if I'm having a bad day and I start scrolling through TikTok, then what's going to happen? That it's going to kind of numb out the bad day that I'm having, right? For the next 15 minutes, like I'm kind of lost in this dopaminergic kind of whatever. It's not really super fun, so it's not entirely dopaminergic, but my negative emotions go away. So there's a really interesting principle in the brain, which is that when we have something that is suppressing a part of the brain and we take that away, what we experience is a neuroscientific rebound. So as soon as you take the device away from the kid, they get more cranky than they would have been if the device ever touched them in the first place. When we've been playing video games for a while, we feel grumpier, less motivated, a little bit angrier, a little bit more anxious. All the negative emotions rise up. This is a neuroscientific rebound effect. So now let's understand what this has to do with socialization. So if I socialize with people for 1 hour and I've been using technology up until that point, the second I stop the technology, the negative emotional rebound effect starts to kick in my brain. And for the first hour that I interact with people, I will literally enjoy myself less because of that emotional crankiness post-technology. So now what's going on is your assessment of how fun is it to hang out with other people is actually being messed up by this neuroscientific rebound of negative emotion post-technology. So instead of being able...
I don't know, guys. Let's try the thing with the parents.
So it seems to me like more and more people are...
Let's try the thing with the parents. Deal with entitled parents, sure.
It's a great question. So we are talking about entitled parents. And so this is the first thing. So let's talk about entitled parents. So what I want to do is explain a little bit about my experience with working with people who have entitled parents.
Fuck, now I need to go to the bathroom. God damn it.
What seems to work. The first thing that we're going to talk about is that a narcissistic parent, an entitled parent is not necessarily the same. So oftentimes entitlement and narcissism tend to overlap. But I think about narcissism as essentially a fragile sense of internal self that requires a lot of very careful outward appearance and treatment to sort of maintain your internal sense of self. So narcissists sort of take things in the world around them as like personal insults. So if, for example, you're supposed to pick me up from the airport and you get a flat tire on the way, I will take that as a personal insult if I am a narcissist. Well, I mean, not necessarily, but oftentimes we'll take, things that have nothing to do with my life and take them as personal insults. So it's like, oh my God, you don't care about me enough to be on time. I waited so long. I've been waiting here for a long time, and there was this creepy person, and oh my God, like, I can't believe that you would do this to me. I would never do this to you. So everything sort of becomes about the relationship between me and you, even though it's like, you got a flat tire and you had to change your tire in the rain, like that sucks. But all I can kind of think about is myself. The other aspect of narcissism is also that you have to maintain an outwardly elevated sense of self because you feel insecure on the inside. So, I can't be insulted. I have to dress a particular way. People need to treat me a particular way because that's how I know that I'm worth something. Because on the inside, I'm afraid of what my true value is.
There I am.
So that's a little bit different from entitled parents. So in entitled parents, what we're really thinking about is entitlement. So oftentimes they overlap, but entitlement is sort of about rights, right? So it's like, I deserve X, Y, and Z. And so oftentimes narcissism and entitlement can go hand in hand. But what I really think about in terms of entitled parents is parents who don't respect boundaries, parents who don't respect autonomy, parents who don't sort of give their kids choices and respect their choices. That's what I think of as entitled parents. So I'm going to give you guys just like one example. So I was working with a kid who is South Asian. So growing up, his parents were very controlling and also kind of very entitled. And so they would sort of regulate a lot of what he could or couldn't do. They started him like playing tennis at the age of like 7, started having him play like chess and a musical instrument at the age of like 8 or 9, maybe even younger. So he was sort of like this Indian kid. And then in high school, they told him like, okay, here are your career options. You're going to, we want you to play chess. We want you to play a musical instrument, and you're going to be a tennis athlete. Those are going to be your options. He sort of like was interested in basketball and baseball, and they're like, yeah, we, literally the
you guys interested in this? Because I
don't
want to bore you.
People don't do that. Okay.
I don't really have
decided, like, they were like,
problems
yeah, like,
with my parents
we'd
specifically.
really like it if you wanted to be a doctor, but he wasn't interested in being a doctor. So he ended up becoming studying CS, which was somewhat of an uphill battle. His parents didn't allow him to go to prom, so he wanted to go to prom and was arguably dating.
Like my parents, I mean, I grew up with a single mom. I grew up in a single mother household, and she was very permissive. I grew up in a kibbutz, and yeah, very liberal, very kind of like, I mean, I was a very gifted child and kind of a, like she said, you can do everything, do whatever you want, and this kind of fucked me up too, because I became this, like, it kind of influenced what I am today, kind of like a jack of all trades. I never kind of like specialized in anything. I guess I specialized in voice acting eventually, but like I'm like gifted in languages naturally, and I never did anything with it. And I'm 30 years old now. Like I'm like, I used to be gifted, but at this point, I'm like, it means nothing if you were a gifted child and you have like an inclination towards it. Like you lost the headway that you had when you were younger, you know? Because I could like make an insane progress when I was young and I didn't do it. But my point is, like, she was very permissive, like, do whatever you want, you could do anything. And so I don't know personally the thing with entitled parents.
Dating a girl, but they were like, no, you're not allowed to do that. So they were just really, really controlling and felt like they had the right to make decisions for him. So he was also a gamer, but they were very, very strict on what kind of, gaming he could do. And his mom would set like really, really firm limits. So he goes off to college, has a little bit of a rough year or two in terms of like learning how to deal with his newfound freedom, parents were also quite controlling in terms of like mandating all kinds of random.
By the way,
crap
do you guys know
that he
Dr.
really
K, or
didn't
is it like
adhere
new
to
for
because
you?
They didn't have any power over him, but they're like, you need to be, you know, you can't no leaving your dorm past 9 o'clock. You need to be back at your dorm by 9 p.m. every single day. And they would like call him and things like that. And if he didn't answer, they'd get pissed off, all this kind of stuff. So like super controlling, felt like his choices were not his own, like his parents made his choices for him. So he tried to sort of argue with them about this stuff. So like at many points throughout his life, he would like have arguments with his parents, and he'd say things like, this is not what I want to do. And they'd say like, okay, well, we don't care, right? Like you have to do what we tell you to do because we're your parents and you have to listen to us. And so something funny happened. So dad actually, so mom was a stay-at-home mom. Dad was lost his job during the pandemic. And so after he had been out of school for 1 year, landed a pretty good job, and still parents were like pretty entitled, pretty, you know, would want him to call every day and things like that. So he goes home, and because his parents need help, sort of supporting the family and things like that, because his dad has lost his job, so he's essentially like paying the parents' bills. And, you know, he goes home, and then he's like gaming at night, and his mom comes in at like 10 p.m. and she's like, it's too late and you should stop gaming. And he's like, I have a job, like what are you complaining about? They get into a brief argument, and then mom unplugs his PC. So
that's extreme.
What do you think he does at that point?
Probably screams at her.
Absolutely, right? So he doesn't rage.
Oh, okay.
He moves out. And so he's like, and because mom and dad are kind of like, there's like a brief argument.
I mean, he has a job,
sort of
so
like,
yeah.
My house, my rules. You have to respect the rules of the house. And he's like, okay. So if I have to adhere to your rules living here, I'm going to move out. And so the next morning, like overnight, like he doesn't say that. So the next, like overnight, he kind of packs his stuff and moves out. And then parents are like, wait, what? You're moving out? And then he's like, yeah, I mean, you said your rules, your house, so I'm moving out. So I can live my life the way that I want to. Parents start to panic. There are financial considerations. They're like, oh, no, like, wait, no, don't do that. Don't do that. Like, we need your help, like things like that. And he's like, okay, so if you need like financial support, you know, you guys raised me and stuff, so that's fine. I'll pay your bills for some amount of time. Not a big deal, but I'm not going to live here. And so it was a really kind of interesting, you know, dynamic, because then like the parents were kind of really shocked. And so as the conversation kind of went on, so I was working with him at the time. And so we started to have like a couple of conversations with his parents, and we're actually able to bring his parents around to a couple of things, because I don't think his parents sort of realized what they were doing. I don't think they really understood the power dynamics of the situation. I don't think they had accomplished what they thought they had accomplished. They were shooting for obedience instead of like understanding or any kind of relationship.
I would move out and live in my car,
but
but
for a son
still
as
pay the
opposed
bills
to like
though.
a thinking adult.
I mean, I don't want
Part
you.
of
I don't
that
want
is,
you
think,
to live in
heavily
your car. I
cultural,
want
but
you to
sort
live in
of see
a
it outside of the
proper
South Asian culture for sure,
place with a
where
bed.
parents
But
sort of expect
like, I understand,
obedience. They expect
like,
you
what
know,
you're
that
saying.
they are entitled to you know, private communications that their kid
Like,
has.
do you think you would do
They're
that? Like,
entitled to
you would-
violate their kids' boundaries and space. And
you'd
determine
move
what
out
they
to
do
your
and what
car?
they don't do. So what I'd like to do is just share with you
You think
guys like a
you would
couple
do that
of ways
eventually?
to think about entitled parents. If you guys have entitled parents, how to have conversations with them, and more importantly, how not to have conversations with them. And then ultimately, hopefully try to do your best to build a relationship that is like somewhat healthy, okay? So the first thing to understand is entitled parents tend to be entitled.
Yeah, arranged marriages are sort of a thing also in Jewish culture, although it's much more fringe these days.
Not because of like moral deficiencies of character that are genetic or intrinsic, but honestly,
Like, it's not a thing that common with normal people. It's a specific, like, Jewish communities, like mostly closed communities that just do arranged marriages between, you know, within themselves.
because of the way that they were raised. So oftentimes, if you think about a particular parenting style, we learn what appropriate parenting is by how we were parented. So in this kid's case, I mean, this is like it's like a whole culture, right? So where like in the South Asian culture, like this is what you do this, and then you do this, and then you do this. Your parents, not even in extreme cases, I was about to say in extreme cases, but even in quite common cases, will determine who you will marry. Like I met someone in my neighborhood a couple months ago.
Dude, it's like Astro, it's like you're saying something and then he talks about it. I think we hit the gold mine. I think we hit the gold mine on this video. My dude.
And, they were telling me, so they're my age, and even a few years younger, and they were actually telling me that they met their spouse like on the day of their engagement and hung out with them for a total of about 3 hours before their wedding. So they met once for like an hour and a half, and they like saw each other twice for like an hour and then like half an hour. So this is kind of a culture that you come from. So in the case of South Asian stuff, it's like very cultural. But we also find that, you don't have to be South Asian. I've worked with a lot of people who are Caucasian, a lot of people who are Black, a lot of people who are African American or even Nigerian, whose parents are very, very controlling and very entitled to their kids' life. And so what we tend to find is that oftentimes the reason that they are that way, or one big reason, is because that's the way their parents were with them. And so it's not to say that we shouldn't hold people responsible for their actions, but at the same time, we should try to understand where their actions are coming from. Because if our goal is to build a healthy relationship, understanding is just as important as change. So then the next question becomes, okay, so if they were raised to like kind of think this way, what do we do about that? And this is where we get into the first problem that many people who are dealing with entitled parents make, so many kids, is that they try to convince. So in my experience, trying to convince entitled parents of something is, generally speaking, a waste of time. So don't try to justify, don't argue, don't explain, don't try to bring them to your way of thought. Because generally speaking, like it's going to frustrate you and like they're just not going to do it. So instead, the goal is to get them to think.
No, Astro, you're not doing the right thing. You need to start guessing the next subject that it's going to talk about.
Okay, not to convince
you
them
need to
that
keep
you're
the
right,
combo
but to
going.
Get them to sort of like question and examine their own beliefs, right? So you're not trying to bring them to where you are. We're just both going to look at their viewpoint. So, for example, like, this was a conversation. This was part of the conversation, my patient had with his parents. Was so he kind of talked to them, and he was like, so as he moved out, and he's like, if you guys need financial support, that's fine. I'm just not going to live with you. And they felt like really hurt and betrayed. And then he was kind of asking them, like, what is our relationship right now? So like, and this is where we use a technique called going meta. So you ask them to think about or explain to you what their understanding of your relationship is. So you can start with a question of like, what is this relationship? Like, what are the rules of this relationship to you? How does this relationship work? And this is where a lot of things like power dynamics come in, but it's essentially like, just asking them like, how does this work? And it's kind of weird because most entitled parents never really think about the rules of the game that they are teaching you. And it's my experience that once you show them and once they realize the rules of the game that they're playing, they no longer want to play it anymore. I know it sounds kind of weird, but you don't have to convince them of anything. You just have to point out the rules to them. So it's kind of interesting because, it's sort of this idea that like the parents were like, well, like you're our son.
Let's watch something about depression. Because that's something I'm much more familiar with.
The last thing is spend more time with yourself and spend less time with the person that you pretend to be. That's a healthy way to build your identity. Does depression cause pessimistic thoughts, or do pessimistic thoughts cause depression? This sounds a bit like the chicken or the egg. I'm trying to figure out, but I want to hear what you have to say. The answer might be obvious to someone who knows more about
Interesting. You see, the moment he starts talking about it, like, I'm not sure if I'm a pessimistic person. Not even when I'm depressed. Like, depression causes you to be more pessimistic and more passive, but like in my case, I don't think that my pessimism causes depression. I think it's maybe the other way around.
Or both scenarios may exist. I don't know. I'm thinking of someone that doesn't have any serious trauma, but
Interesting.
still
Let's see
develop
what-
something that causes that person to be sad.
Let's see what he says.
This is a great question. I love this question because this is the kind of thing that I think we should teach everybody. It's not about clinical stuff. It's not about diagnosis or treatment or things like that. But what is the fundamental relationship between having thoughts and whether they cause depression? So does thinking pessimistically make me depressed? Or are my pessimistic thoughts a source of the depression? Because if we're struggling with feeling sad, it's like really important to understand, right? Because like if you're feeling sad, is this something that is a distortion of my mind that is being created out of my depression? Because if that's the case, that means that I don't trust my sad thoughts. Or do my sad thoughts come first? And if they come first, do they trigger my depression? So it's not that I shouldn't trust my thought, it's that there may be something that I need to do to prevent my pessimistic thoughts from making me depressed. Because the tricky thing is that, like, you don't know what to believe, right? Like, are the thoughts real and then, like, I'm just not handling them properly, which is why I'm getting depressed? Or are the thoughts a creation of this cognitive distortion? Because it leads to, like, two very different things. Like, do I need to be managing my thoughts better? Like, do I need to...
I don't think I'll find a person who I'll ever like or someone who'll like me, so I've given up. That's tough, man. I'm not even sure how to respond to it. Like, but I will respond to it. I'm just trying to figure out like I see you, like I know what you're talking about because I've been going through it for a while. I mean, also freaking they're always like pausing on the perfect frames of Dr. K, like sorry, okay. Yes, lack of self-confidence is like really terrible thing. It can lead you down a very dark road. Basically.
Fix the way that I deal with my thoughts so that they don't make me depressed? Or are they coming from such a toxic place that I need to like learn how to step away from the whole thing entirely?
Like, you can focus on other stuff, but don't give up entirely. Don't forget that you're a person who wants love and deserves love.
So it's a great question. And it's confusing for people because we don't really explain this stuff. So let's understand a couple of things. Okay? There's a lot of detail about some of the stuff we're going to talk about today in Dr. K's Guide to Depression, but we're going to go over a couple of core things. So this is what we know clinically. Sometimes we have circumstances.
Sometimes we have circumstances.
Make us feel sad. We have bad thoughts, pessimistic. And then what can happen is we can feel depressed. So let's just call this a depressive episode. So we're talking about clinically here, okay? So an episode of major depressive disorder. This isn't feeling depressed. Now, how do we know that this is a depressive episode? How do we know that this is a clinical thing as opposed to an appropriate response to our circumstances? Well, there's something really interesting about depressive episodes. If circumstances improve or even resolve, if these are the cause of the sad thoughts, what this means is that sad thoughts should go away. So what we tend to find in a depressive episode is that even if
that's the thing, like when people like when I'm really depressed, like I'm always sort of depressed because persistent depressive disorder means you're kind of always under the weather, but not necessarily like full on depressed. So when people ask me what's wrong when I'm extra depressed, it's like nothing is wrong. Nothing specifically is wrong. I'm just depressed. like the circumstances are fine. Generally, I mean, overall they're fine. Nothing is specifically extremely bad, but I'm depressed. So yeah, it's like a good reality check to do, to see if you're like someone like me who was like dealing with depression, like long-term depression and chronic kinds of depression. It's good to do this reality check, you know? Once in a while. Not all the time, because that's not healthy, but like once in a while to realize if you're reacting to something that happened or it's just, you know, another one of those depressive episodes.
Circumstances resolve. And what was making you sad in the first place does not make you sad anymore. The depressive thoughts remain. Now, this isn't for all people, but we do know that circumstances can trigger depressive episodes. So psychosocial stressors, setbacks in life, sources of stress, things like that can trigger a depressive episode. But the interesting thing about the depressive episode is once you get to this point, it has a life of its own. And even if the circumstances resolve, the sadness remains, or the impairment in function remains. Okay? This is the case of a clinical depression. Now, once again, an oversimplification, but this is one of the hallmarks of it, right? So like, how do you know if someone is clinically depressed? One of the key things that I look for as a clinician is seeing, are they depressed despite their circumstances, or are they depressed because of their circumstances? And when I see depression despite your circumstances, i.e. you're in a good relationship, your job is going well, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, it's more likely to be a clinical illness. Now let's dive in a little bit
That makes
further.
sense.
So let's
It's
try to
true. It
understand,
doesn't make sense. It's
if the
true.
circumstances are fixed, why does this continue? And this is where we can expand a little bit beyond the cope of clinical depression. We can still lean on it. We're going to take some important learnings away from it, but we're going to start to understand a little bit more in general about how the mind works. So our mind has a very, very important part, or our brain has something called the default mode network. Also, a whole video about this in Dr. K's guide. The default mode network is what allows us to self-reflect. Think about ourselves. And essentially form an identity. So I'll tell you all why this is really important. So let's say I go fruit picking and I climb up into a tree and I fall and I hurt myself. And then let's say I go fruit picking again and I climb and I fall and I hurt myself. And then I'm walking, let's say I'm trying to get into a boat and I fall and I hurt myself and I fall into the water.
I've fallen.
At some point,
and
there
I
are all of
can't
these
get up.
individual experiences which my mind will then reflect on and will come to a meta-level conclusion. I'm clumsy. Once I have this sense of identity from these different experiences, this then informs the way that I move forward. So if someone asks me, hey, Alok, do you want to come help me replace shingles on the roof? I've never replaced shingles on the roof. I don't really know. Like, I've never had a negative experience with that. But once the default mode network tells me that I'm clumsy, I can use that simplification of identity to inform what I should do and what I shouldn't do. So I'm going to say no because I'm clumsy. Do y'all see that? So developing an identity that is a simplified version of yourself makes it easy on the mind because you don't, it's a heuristic. It aids in processing information and making decisions. So this is what happens. I'm not talking about clinical depression, but now we're going to talk just about generally when people feel sad and they feel quote unquote depressed, whether it's clinical or non-clinical. So similar thing happens. So I've got a particular thought that's negative. Let's say sad thought, fearful thought, bad outcome. And then what happens is I form an identity. And in clinical depression, what we call this is negative self-attitude. So it's just some kind of attitude towards the self that's negative in nature. So either I'm hopeless, or I think I'm incompetent, or like I'm not good at something, or other people are better than me, or something, whatever. So we form some kind of negative identity.
Bro, this is like just me listening. Basically, at this point, we need to find something better to watch. Like Dr. K is awesome, but like he's so like fucking. You just listen to him, and you learn. You don't have much room to engage, so not the best. Okay, let's try maybe something else. You guys want to watch something? Let's watch something about voice acting. You know, I was talking about voice acting. Let's see if there's a video about voice acting in Israel, because this is like my industry. I'm not sure if anyone has ever talked about it in like an English video. Yeah, okay, but I guess like the industry, except for being much larger, I think the industry in like the US is not that different. It's just much larger. Let's see. Basically, the industry in Israel is so small that in order to get in, you either have to be like a fully fledged actor, like in stage and camera actor, who like went to school for it, or you need to have like connections. Like you need to befriend other people from the industry and, you know, be good enough to work. But like in the US, for example, I do basically dubbing. In Israel, most like 99% of the work is dubbing. You know, doing dubs over animation, over like existing animation that is like in a different language, like English or Japanese, and we basically dub over it. So that's also different from like in the US. There's much more original content that you actually do the proper voice acting. There's a difference, but when I say voice acting, dubbing is a part of voice acting, but voice acting specifically is like when you voice act like something from, you know, from scratch, which I also do, but to a much lesser degree professionally. I dubbed some Netflix stuff. I recently did something. Did an anime thing that didn't come out yet, so I can't really disclose it. I also probably won't say what roles I did, but eventually I will like probably do the face reveal and name reveal and all that. Because Israel is very small. If I do a face reveal, I might as well say what I voice acted and shit, and people can do their research. I'm not like not even close to being a big voice actor. I got like a lot of small gigs, and I'm happy with that. Hopefully one day I'll get like a, you know, hit it big. I do fan dubs and stuff with friends. But I wanna see videos about voice acting. Give me a second. Because all the videos are how to get into voice acting, how to become a voice actor. I don't wanna. I just wanna see videos about being a voice actor. Which apparently do not exist. The voice acting industry. Oh my god, exposing dark secrets about the dub voice acting industry. That's my industry, the dub voice acting industry. But it's in Israel. It's very specific. Like I can, okay. Sorry, I forgot I did that. Exposing dark secrets for the dub. That's interesting, actually. Let's see it. Because this is definitely about anime dubbing, which I didn't do much of, but this is like the dream. I want to do like mainly anime voice acting, anime dubbing. Sadly, there's not much anime dubbing in Israel. Most of it is like children's anime, and there's not too many of them.
Hey, what's up, guys? Rev here. Today we're gonna spend some time
It's mostly
and talk
like
about the dub
Pokemon and smaller shows.
voice acting industry. Now, anime dub voice actors have been a big topic of discussion recently, mainly revolving around how poorly they are paid. The recent discussions began after voice actors who provided the dub for the Jujutsu Kaisen Zero film dub voice acting industry.
What the fuck is going on with Google Chrome? Once again, the pay for voice acting is really low. It's very low. If you want to do it for the money, you're not gonna do it. Everyone I know does it because it's a passion. Even the bigger actors that make money, you know, from stage, from TV shows, whatever, they still do voice acting, and it's only because it's a passion. It doesn't really pay the bills for anyone.
Now, anime dub voice actors have been a big topic of discussion recently, mainly revolving around how poorly they are paid. The recent discussions began after voice actors.
I guess he's talking about Japan, which is like the biggest voice acting industry, and the pay there, from what I hear, is so low. At least sometimes.
Actors who provided the dub for the Jujutsu Kaisen Zero film revealed that they were paid as low as $150 for their roles. Meanwhile, the film has earned roughly $160 million internationally, and roughly $30 million of that total coming from ticket sales in North America, where the dub
royalties is like really tough. Like I recently got royalties for a lot of stuff I did, and it's like nothing. Okay, for me, because I did smaller stuff, and it's like paid by the, what is it, for 10 seconds of voice acting, like for 10 seconds of lines. It's like really bad. And I think even for someone like me, it should be higher. Like it's not the most fair industry, okay? You need to find your friends, you need to find the way to enjoy it, and you obviously do it because it's your passion and you enjoy doing it. But like, it's really hard because the moment you realize how much you're paid and the royalties, it's really, it makes you like question a lot of stuff. And if you don't have enough of a, if you're not determined enough and you're not passionate enough, it will spit you out. It will make you like run away. So obviously I didn't run away because I'm too invested in both the hobby and the profession. So
featured. This was a topic I discussed in a video a few days ago, and many of my viewers asked how unions could help prevent situations like this. Doing my own research into the matter, I found the article we're looking at now, which is very helpful at explaining how the dub industry interacts with related labor unions. The short version of this video is that companies like Crunchyroll and Funimation have historically and will likely continue after their merger to take advantage of state laws that allow them to avoid contracting directly with unions and have the freedom to hire any voice actors they want, union or non-union, at any price they want. But now, let's work our way through this article because it paints a very clear picture of how companies get away with paying dub voice actors so little. So first, what kind of unions are available for dub voice actors in the United States? Well, turns out there is literally one option, the Screen Actors Guild, or as it's commonly referred to as SAG. However, this is a very powerful union in the field of entertainment, one that represents over 160,000 performers, including voice actors, and negotiates contracts with studios to guarantee consistent pay, working conditions, health insurance, and preferential casting for union members. A union dub is simply a show with a SAG contract in place. If a studio doesn't have a contract, members aren't allowed to work with them, and the studio has to hire non-union talent instead. But as we'll see, there are state laws that allow companies and union members to get around these restrictions, and therein lies the heart of the problem. Now, looking at these benefits, it might seem obvious to some that joining SAG is a no-brainer for someone trying to get into the dub voice acting industry. However, membership comes at quite the cost. To join SAG, a performer must pay an initiation fee plus the first
Bro, $3,000 just as an initiation fee to get into a union? That's fucked up, man. That's so fucked up. Bro, Jesus.
Annual basic dues. The national initiation fee rate is currently $3,000. Annual base dues are roughly $200. In addition, SAG members have to give up nearly 1.5% of their earnings.
Bro, when you start voice acting, I don't think you... Like, some voice actors just don't even make $200 like their first year. Like, wow.
And for a medium that is already underpaid, a $3,000 upfront initiation fee is already a huge obstacle to overcome. I mean, this is just getting your foot into the door. Not to mention, membership also forbids and potentially penalizes you.
That's the thing, when people want to get into voice acting, usually when I see people like who aren't even into the hobby yet, and they want to get into the industry, I'm like so hesitant about what to say to them, because like it's such a huge investment. Like, you have to invest in like a voice acting, in Israel at least, you have to go to a voice acting course. And then you get like both the skills of voice acting, and you learn to work with you learn to do the workflow, the work routine of voice acting. And if you already have acting, an acting background, then it will be easier for you, but you will learn the skills for doing specifically voice acting and dub. And then you'll get like the connections, because the courses, like there aren't too many of them, and they are mainly done by voice acting directors in specific studios where they record voice acting. So if you're good and you're also like fun to work with, and you make the connection there, that's like your first step. Hopefully, not always, but that's how it is. But like sometimes it's harder than that. Like, maybe you're like not the most social person, okay? Maybe you're like, maybe for any reason at all you need to invest more. And like before you get your first step in the door, through the door. Obviously, like in Israel, it's a side gig. It can't be your main job. I don't have a main job right now. I don't have a day job. I do voice acting gigs. It's a side thing. And for most of my friends who are in voice acting, that's a side gig. They all do other stuff. And the thing is, a lot of people have to do extra steps. You know, they have to do an extra course, like an advanced course. They need to push much harder. Like I did several courses because I wasn't like naturally gifted in voice acting. It took me a lot of practice and a lot of hard work and getting, you know, making friends and learning from them how to work better as a voice actor and how to work better with other people in the industry. It wasn't natural for me. Okay, so a lot of people like me have to go through years of, you know, trying to carve themselves like the first steps into the industry. It's a real hassle. It's an investment of money, of time. It's not easy.
For contracting with non-union companies, and spoiler alert, the biggest companies producing anime dubs are largely non-union.
Oh, and by the way, if you're not like an actor from an acting school and you don't do stage and camera stuff, then you're not in a union. I'm not in a union. I'm like a freelancer, okay? I do only voice acting. I'm not like a quote-unquote proper actor. So there's no union for us here. And like like the unions for actors, I don't think, the last time I checked, they don't recognize just like the common voice actor. Like if I say I want to join the actor union in Israel, the last time I checked, like they don't recognize me because I didn't go through, you know, didn't go to school for acting. I just started voice acting. I went to courses and I learned to voice act because there's no official professional school for voice acting here. So as far as I know, they don't recognize it. So I can't even join the union.
As you will see, there are a few ways in which you can go around
It's
this,
all like
which makes
freelance
SAG
work.
membership even more of a burden than a benefit. So it's important to note the majority of notable film and TV actors are union members, meaning that most productions also have to be union in order to cast them. The dubbing industry, however, is historically under-unionized, especially when it comes to anime. Virtually none of the shows produced by Crunchyroll or Funimation have ever fit the definition of a union show, much to their intent. The problem is that
Sorry, I was cold. I had to like stop it and put a sweatshirt on. 1 second. Ah, fuck me. I'm readjusting myself. Give me a second. But yeah, as I said, Astro, it's always a side gig for everyone.
companies can afford to go non-union because many voice actors aren't SAG members, and voice actors can justify not joining the union because so many productions are non-union anyways. And when companies like Crunchyroll are dominating the industry, they like to convince voice actors that you have to fall in line with what they want, and that's being non-union, in order to have a meaningful shot at landing roles with them. Which is true in part. If you don't want to rock the boat, you can try to work with them as non-union, and you might have a better shot, but in the end, you get paid less and receive less benefits. So you may be asking yourself, well, how did we reach this point? How are unions so ineffective and underutilized in the voice acting scene? Well, a lot of this traces back to the less than respected history of dubs in the entertainment industry. Dubbing began as a small part of the film world, only used for localizing foreign films and short sessions for cleaning up dialogue, because it wasn't viewed with a lot of respect. The pay was low, and SAG didn't prioritize it in negotiations because they weren't financially incentivized to do so. And perhaps it comes as a little surprise, but anime is what brought dubbing into the mainstream. However, even as the popularity of the genre boosted the need for dubbing, the rates remained unchanged. In fact, dubbing was such a low priority for SAG that, until recently, They were relying on a dubbing contract that was last updated in 2003. Luckily, things have changed. Through a group that campaigns on the behalf of voice actors, SAG released a new contract in 2021, increasing hourly rate.
You have to understand, like, we're watching a video about the the voice acting industry, mainly in, I guess, Japan, the US, and Canada. I guess no, the US and Japan mainly. But when I talk about Israel, basically all we do, like 99% of all we do, is dubbing. So it's not even that dubbing isn't big, it's all we do here. So, and you know, people grow up on this shit. Like, people watch the Disney dubs, they watch the anime dubs. Like, all of my friends, like, they grew up on like Card Captor Sakura, Card Captor Sakura. You know, the anime. We have there's like a huge story with this anime actually in Israel. If you want, I can tell you about it. It's not even that long. And there's like other animes. I don't think you even know the animes, like Mermaid Melody and stuff like that. People grew up on that shit. And obviously the Disney dubs are really big. So like, it's not even that it's not a big deal. It is a big deal. Pretty sure Doraemon was dubbed. Give me a second. There's a website where I can check it. Here in Israel we called it Doraemon. Like, yeah, Doraemon. Because Israeli pronunciation, Hebrew pronunciation is different. So Pokemon became Pokemon, and Doraemon became Doraemon. Yeah, exactly. You're the same like us. So we had Jetix, and yeah, it was dubbed, but like, I don't know how long. It was 2004, I see, and 2014 and 2015. So not like on the long term, but it was dubbed into Hebrew. Yeah, Beyblade, Pokemon, it's all here. Interesting. Actually, there was more anime. There used to be more dubbed anime in Israel. Right? These days, like, I don't know, we grew up. I don't watch the kids' anime shows anymore, so I don't know what's being shown. But when I grew up, there was Dragon Ball. There was like an evening broadcast kind of show where they had like animes like Inuyasha, which was more like teen adults, but like it wasn't dubbed. There wasn't a dub for Inuyasha. Some people have like this weird stuff that they think Inuyasha was dubbed, but it was never dubbed into Hebrew. It was dubbed into English, but it wasn't dubbed into Hebrew. Yeah. I had like a friend who insisted that she heard Inuyasha in Hebrew. It never happened. Never.
Rates for actors to $87 and simplifying the residuals requirement. As a result, a streaming service with fewer than 15 million subscribers like Crunchyroll
I think it's called
only
the
have to pay
Mandela.
the hourly rate, while larger
The
services...
Mandela effect. That you think something happened, but it's just like a false memory.
Theatrical films and primetime TV channels pay a flat buyout fee in lieu of residuals for a union show. So hearing those totals, I want to clarify...
Dubs sometimes feel off because it requires a lot more work to make them work. So, like, consider all you heard here, like, that people are not being paid enough. Actors, translators and transliterators and localizers are not getting paid enough. So what you get is a lesser product by proxy. By proxy? Is it? Give me a second. I think by proxy is the right term. Like, because of how the industry works, you get a lesser product, but there's a lot of great dubs. Like I can recommend, I can recommend you a lot of great English dubs. If you're willing to listen to Hebrew dubs, I can recommend you some of the Disney Hebrew dubs, which are some of the songs when they were dubbed into Hebrew, like the singers were better than the original, which is insane. Like the Mulan was much better in Hebrew, I think. Like some of the songs, not in general, but like the songs. Okay. Dragon Ball Z in Japanese is really tough, but in English, the English dub is amazing. In Hebrew, it's like it's iconic, but it's more so for us, for Israeli people. So I can't recommend it. I can't really recommend much in Hebrew, I guess. But like, if you're like if you're a dub appreciator, if you appreciate voice actors and dub voice actors, then I would recommend to you. But since you're just like a consumer of anime, it's like, why would I? God, Google Chrome, can you work, please? Please work.
Clarify a few things. To put in perspective for my viewers outside the US, minimum wage varies from state to state from around $7 to $15 per hour. Obviously, the rate SAG members get, $87 an hour, sounds really high, but keep in mind.
Bro, I clear the cache every time I use it. It's like insane. Ugh. Give me a second. Yeah, doesn't have any effect. It's fucked.
This is a performance-based career. Voice actors.
Now my sound interface is like fuck. Give it a second. I know you probably heard like weird noises. My sound interface is kind of like fucky. It's like bought it off AliExpress or Wish. I forgot. Because I didn't have the money for a good one. So it's like it gets like yeah. All right, let's put it here. We're not we're not putting you over Tamir, so we'll put you like right here. Cool.
Don't show up in an office 5 or 6 days a week from 9 in the morning and then clock out at 5 p.m. They work in small bursts, often completing short projects spread throughout different companies and gigs. A dub voice actor might only be on a payable studio recording clock for a few hours out of the week, so that $87 per hour is a lot higher than it looks, which is the reason many voice actors have to diversify their workload and constantly be searching.
Yeah, the thing is, like, I guess like if you work in the US, you have many more opportunities. Here though, like you work like very sporadically. So like you get like gigs of like 2 hours. Basically the usual gig is like 2 hours. And you don't get that many big gigs, okay? You don't get a crazy amount of gigs. So
searching for new roles. Of course, companies that don't contract with SAG do not have to adhere to these rates at all. When asked, Crunchyroll did not provide a comment about their past and future union dubbing policies. And according to Coda, the pay rates for Funimation shows range between $35 to $75 per hour, depending on the number of hours worked. Now there's an elephant in the room that I've been hinting at periodically throughout this video. How is Crunchyroll and Funimation hiring both union and non-union voice actors without having contracts with SAG? Well, it has everything to do with particular state laws. You see, Funimation's dubs were produced largely in Texas, a right-to-work state, and will likely remain there under Crunchyroll management. Right-to-work laws, which exist in 27 states, allows workers to take a job at a company with a union contract without having to join the union or pay dues. This significantly reduces SAG's influence over studios by removing a source of their funding and their biggest bargaining chip, access to top talent. Ironically enough, SAG penalizes members for working non-union shows, driving some voice actors who work primarily with Texas-based companies, anime voice actors for instance, to forego union membership entirely. And despite alternative solutions existing out there to help make union contracts a smoother process, companies like Funimation and Crunchyroll don't want to budge on the topic. Now as I close out here, I want to mention that I'm obviously not an expert in this field. There are countless dub voice actors who could explain this whole thing a lot better than me, but from what I have learned, it's pretty clear that this situation is a tough.
Interesting, but like, it's a bit different from what we experience in Israel, so yeah. Hey, it's me. I'm big again. I'm big again because I don't know what to talk about, and my browser is being sluggish as fuck. Yeah, do you like my office, by the way? This is how I started the stream. I asked if you like my office. Because I'm really proud of it. I know I'm kind of like a joke, saying it in a jokey manner, but I am proud of it. It's very white. I guess I need to add more black stuff here. Because I'm monochrome. I am not just white. I am black and white. I get all of the racism. If I go like this, I'm just black. If I go like this, I'm just white. But when I'm like this, I am just stupid. Sorry, it's 5 a.m. in the morning, guys. I'm not in my right mind. I'm depressed and stupid, okay? I'm depressed and stupid, and we talked about a lot of shit, and now I'm... I just squeezed every last thing that I have to say about anything, pretty much. Just kidding, I have a lot of stuff to say about many things, but let's take a moment to breathe. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. Ooh. Maybe we can do like a... You guys want to play some guitar? I feel like playing some guitar. I don't think I ever did it. I don't think I ever played a guitar on stream properly. I did it like... I did it like when I covered before October 7th. I covered a protest against the court reform, and like they did like the chanting, and I played guitar on top of it. But it was like I didn't even speak. I just played guitar. So yeah, I guess now I'll actually. I'm not that good, okay? But I just feel like playing guitar. Also, give me a second. Give me a second. I need to add a stream element. That's my guitar. That's my actual real guitar, guys. I'm not bluffing. So, give me a second. I'll give me a second. I'll plug it in. Let's do it so my mouth moves. How do I face tracking? Audio lip sync. Never mind, we don't have a. You know what? Fuck it. I'll bring the camera back. Whatever. Didn't plug it in yet. Just so you know, I didn't bluff. I think like OBS records everything, so you'll hear it the moment I start playing, like with effects. Give me a second, just to make sure everything works. I think it's out of tune, guys. Ow, 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 ow. Ow, my sound interface. Ow, ow, it's fucked up. Guys, everything is fucked up. Everything is fucked up. My computer is fucked up. No worries, we'll get there. We'll get there, I promise. We'll manage to do it. Promise. Alright, give me a second. You can hear it, by the way, right? You can hear it probably from the mic too, but give me a second, I'll plug it into the effect loop. Yeah, it works. It's working. Let's start with a preset. I suck so bad. See if I can do a metal tone real quick. Not really, this is not a metal guitar. This. Now let's keep it punk. This is like worse than the Sims when they practice guitar. When you choose a guitar path, when you play guitar as a Sims and they practice, this is worse than that. Try to get a bigger distortion tone. Bro, how do I know I just made everyone run away? I just know I made everyone run away. Let me see if I remember something. Oh my god. Let me see if I remember something. Wait a second, I need to fix the because every time my head goes like this because the neck of the guitar in real life is like in this direction, it looks weird because I should be going like this. So give me a second. There we go. Now it looks like I'm a lefty. So I should probably... No. Okay, I know what I need to do. There we go. Now it's correct. Now it's correct. Now it's more accurate. Playing some new metal. Alright, let's do some new metal. Let's give me some movement range so it can show that I'm actually playing. Give me a second. Oh, I think that was a Tool riff, but I'm not sure. Either a Tool or a Chevelle riff. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm so bad. Oh my god. Dear God. this. Don't remember it. That was so fucking bad. Oh boy. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. I just had the urge. I just got the sudden urge to play, so you had to suffer. Sometimes we have to make sacrifices, okay, guys? We have to make sacrifices for Monokuro. And these are the sacrifices we sometimes need to make. Give me a second, I'll be back. Give me a second. Need to readjust myself. Oh boy. Ah, Michael. Oje, broch. Oei wee. Gezoekt. There we go. There we go. Okay, I'm back. Back to the proper Monokuro. Just had to produce some cringe for you guys, okay? Had to produce some cringe. Fuck me. That felt nice. That felt really, really nice. So how are you guys doing? Is anyone still here? Swear to God, I think everyone just ran away. Huh. Like, I actually play better usually. Like, this was so bad. This was the worst. There's actually a really good metal VTuber. Obtakiat, I think her name is. Obcaticat. 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 She's kind of pretty based. Need to subscribe to her. Let's see if she has a guitar video. She plays guitar and she screams, but let's see a guitar video she made. I'm a VTuber, guys. This was bound to happen eventually, me watching other VTubers, okay? This is... plays Baby Metal. New music. Do you guys want to watch Baby Metal? Let's watch Baby Metal. A Baby Metal cover.
Right.
Google Chrome, you're doing not so good. Bro, this is just... You know what? I'm gonna do the thing. I'm gonna reinstall Google Chrome. This is unbearable. This is actually just insane. Let's try to reinstall. Bro, is my PC just fucked? Is my PC just like fucked? Alright, it's installing. I think it's the exact same there, like it was. I have too many tabs open. Your browser software is outdated, or you've collected too many browser cookies. Your internet server is it's not my internet connection. Maybe it's the extensions, actually. I didn't think about it. Maybe it's the ad block. Maybe I need a new ad block. Give me a second. Yeah, I use ad block. Fuck you. I don't care.
But Father, please, what can I do to make it through those pearly gates? Thank you for your time, Father Lando.
What the fuck am I watching? Sorry guys, I'm just watching random videos
Like
to
to
see
support you in these things.
to see if it's working better. I think it was might have been the, you know, that's my karma. That's karma. You use AdBlock, you get laggy YouTube. You get laggy Google Chrome. No, it's not it. It's the same, so I don't know. It's literally the only thing I use. Maybe I need to uninstall stuff. I don't know, man. It's fucked up. I think Google Chrome is anti-Semitic. I think that's the thing. I think that's the problem. I think that's the problem, is that Google Chrome is anti-Semitic. Wait. I wanna... I wanna listen to you. Windows command processor? Why was it even working right now? Wait, why was Windows command processor working? Okay, that's pretty cool. That was pretty cool. Dude, I have so much degenerate shit. I just watch random shit on YouTube, so that's what you're seeing right now. Hey, Stardust. Huge Linkin Park vibes from Moist Critical? What? Wait, is Moist Critical a singer?
Moist Critical. You guys know Charlie, the man, the gentleman, featuring Andy. That's the boy. That's his name.
Yeah, that's very Linkin
huge
Park.
Linkin Park vibe.
Yeah.
That's probably why they got Andy. Oh, it's Andy. He's in a video. That's my man's. First of all, respect.
Bro, put the mic closer to your face so we can hear you.
Respect out Charlie. Super Linkin Park. Instantly, I'm like, okay, now Andy's gonna kill this. Andy knows how to do this. Proud Nick, yeah, I feel like a proud core dad, bro. I got them as 23. Love Greystone, hell yeah. Damn, Andy.
It's very lo-fi. It's very like I can't hear what they're doing, what they're saying. This is very mumble rap or whatever. So it's less Linkin Park than what I expected.
He's doing some weird like whisper, like ASMR, bro. Like, let's go. Where's the Twitch stream? The OnlyFans. Yeah, that's fucking good. I mean, like,
it's cool. It is cool. It is pretty cool. It's pretty cool. What do we do now? What the fuck is this?
Icky, you sound like a child and saying icky, and I believe that's the point.
I don't know, I'm just looking for some live streams to jump into, you know? Guys, feed me something to do. Feed me something to watch. What are you guys interested in? Because I'm so like drained right now that I don't know what to do. Really, I really am. Come on, guys, let me live through you. Let me live through you for a moment. To be honest, I think I'm just tired, so yeah, maybe I'll just like maybe I don't know, but I am having a pretty good time, so I don't know if I want to end the stream just yet. Like I feel like I've hit a lot of personal milestones this stream. Like it's the first time I played guitar in front of an audience, very badly, but like very, very badly, but still, it's the first time. I don't know. Can't think of anything right now. But you know what? I'm actually gonna end the stream because it's not good to overdo stuff. And I wanna end. I wanna finish. Fumetsu no Anatta no to your eternity. Okay, it's called the anime To Your Eternity. I wanna finish it, so I'll go and I'll see you guys next time. Bye bye.